NH Kundu, please respond. NH Kakinada, please respond. NH Kakinada.
Sir.
NH Anandpur. NH Kakinada. Master.
Sir, one sir. Sir, your audio is low, sir. Low. Why is it? Audio low.
Okay, sir.
Clear enough, sir.
వస్తుంది
Hello. NH Kakinada.
Sir, how is it? Audio, sir.
Okay.
తగ్గించేస్తాను తగ్గించేసాను Good morning, sir. NRC Anantapur responding, sir. Rambabu,
Good
sir,
morning,
is it
sir.
audible? Audible,
Sir,
sir?
audible.
Oh,
Audible.
thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Sir, good morning, sir. NRC Kadapa. Prabhav, sir, good morning. తీసుకోండి. Sir, good morning, sir. NRC Kadapa.
20 నిమిషాలు 10:30 తీసుకురా. ఏంది అర్థం కాల. ఉదయం రమ్మని చెప్పు.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ సార్ కడప రెస్పాండింగ్ సార్. కడప ఎన్ఆర్సి రెస్పాండింగ్ సార్.
All NRCs, good morning, all of you. Attendance, please. NRC Guntur, please respond. NRC Guntur.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, audible now, sir.
Audible, sir.
Okay,
NRC
sir.
Kakinada, please respond. NRC Kakinada, please respond. NRC Kakinada.
Respond.
Sir, audible, sir.
NRC.
NRC Rajmandri, please respond. NRC Rajmandri.
Rajmandri, responding, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Good morning.
Is the voice clear?
Yeah, clear, ma'am. Audible. NRC Kadapa, please respond. NRC Kadapa.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ సార్ రెస్పాండింగ్ సార్.
Okay, sir. Morning. NRC Peeler, please respond. NRC Peeler.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Please responding, sir.
Morning, sir. Audible. NRC Srikalahasti, please respond.
Good morning, sir.
Good
NRC
morning, sir.
Srikalahasti, sir.
Okay, sir. NRC Anantapur. NRC Anantapur, please respond.
Responding, sir.
Sir, audible, but your voice is very low.
Sir,
Too low,
Anantapur
sir.
responding, sir.
Yeah, morning, sir. Audible.
Okay.
Ma'am, Neeru Singh, ma'am.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. On behalf of CC, we welcome you, ma'am, for third batch TOT in English medium of instruction.
Okay, thank you very much.
Deksha, ma'am, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Please introduce Neeru Singh, ma'am, to our faculties, ma'am.
Yes, yes. First of all,
Okay.
thank you everybody from all the locations for joining in today. And also thank you, Neeru ma'am, for taking out this very precious time from your schedule. So everybody, I will take a moment to introduce Neeru ma'am to everybody. Okay, so as we know that she started her professional journey with the Indian Administrative Service and then transitioned to the United Nations and has over 36 years of global managerial experience. She served with the United Nations in different organizations, including UN in Nairobi, World Food Programme and the International Fund for Agriculture Development in Rome, the Economic Commission for Africa in Ethiopia, and then with the Department of Management in New York since 2000, she has conducted personal development and leadership programs in Kenya, Ethiopia, Germany, USA, Italy, and Indonesia. She has also conducted programs for government officials and senior corporate leaders and is a trained leadership and personal development coach. She conducts regular programs on leadership and personal development for the United Nations senior staff. And she is currently also serving as independent director on 4 company boards. Thank you, ma'am. That's
Thank you.
that's
Thank you.
amazing.
Yeah, thank you so much, Diksha,
Okay,
for that
ma'am.
very nice introduction. Thank you. And I'm really happy to be here with you all. And, all of these things sound very nice on paper, but ultimately we are all human beings and we are all making an effort to live our life to the fullest. So after so many years in many different parts of the world, that is the conclusion that I have come to, that all of us are in in our own way, if not struggling, but at least find looking for ways to make a meaningful, purposeful life, right? So I will be talking a little bit more about myself as we go along. But I'm really happy and really privileged to be interacting with all of you. And I'm hoping that you would find these sessions interesting, right? Some of the things that I may say you may already know, which is perfectly fine. Some of the things I say you may find, challenging and interesting, which is also great. My purpose is to challenge you a bit. So today's subject for discussion is self-awareness, right? Now, one of the things that I would like to do is I would like this to be more of a conversation and an interactive session. So whenever you have a question, whenever you want to, ask me something, please feel free to walk up to the mic and ask your question or even write it in the chat. Okay. So let us make it a little bit more interactive rather than just me talking for a long period of time. So what is self-awareness, right? Self-awareness can mean many different things to many different people. But if I look at it from the perspective of the individual who is working in an environment, whether it is at a university or like I did in different organizations, right? Self-awareness is a very, very critical and crucial characteristic, and it can be nurtured and developed. So we are very complex organisms, and perhaps we are the most complex species in this entire world. We have the ability to think and analyze, and you would be surprised at how little we know ourselves. So self-awareness is the ability to consciously perceive, recognize, understand oneself, including one's thoughts, emotions, behaviors, strengths, weaknesses, values, and beliefs. And that's a lot, right? It involves having a clear and accurate understanding of our own personality, our identity, and our motivations. And everyone is unique and different. So, self aware individuals are attuned to their internal experiences and have an objective understanding of how they are perceived by others. So, there are three aspects to self awareness. So, there are, and all of us have what we call triggers, right? So, somebody presses a button, right? So, we are like a vending machine. Somebody presses a button and they get a desired response. It may be positive or negative, right? So, for example, if you have small children, they know exactly how to press your buttons and get what they want from you, right? So, one of the types of self awareness is this triggers, which you react to. And the other part of self awareness is understanding how the people around you are reacting or are taking in who you are as a person. So, I don't know if you have this experience, but in my long experience, I have met many people who are managers and who are not able to hold their emotions. And in situations of extreme crisis, they just lose themselves. They're not able to think rationally. Some of them even shout. They, belittle the people under them, right? And this is an exact example of somebody who is not self aware. A self aware person will understand that you have to, be empathetic towards the people you're working with, and you cannot behave like that. But a person who lacks self awareness thinks, oh, I have an important position. And because I have an important position, I have the right to be, nasty to other people around, which is not true, right? So a self-aware person is a one who understands how his or her behavior is being perceived by others. And the third very important thing is a self-aware person can understand that the actions that they take in a routine manner, is going to impact their future, right? So whatever a lack of self-awareness we have today is going to impact our future. So that is why self-awareness is really, really important, right? I want to also say that there's some key aspects of self-awareness. So in order for you to be self-aware, you have to take a little bit of time to reflect upon yourself, right? So most of us are so busy, we're going to work, we're coming back, looking after our families. We just don't have time to even spend 5 minutes in self-reflection. So if you do that, if you spend 5 minutes a day or 10 minutes a day in self-reflection, you will gain an insight into your own thoughts, your own feelings, your own behaviors. So you will be able to see that when somebody says, something negative, you behave in a particular manner, right? So I'll give you an example, right? So for example, if, you have been told that you're not very good in public speaking, right? But you have not thought about it because you never had so many opportunities to do public speaking. But when somebody puts you on the stage to speak and gives you a mic, you are so nervous, right? And that is a moment of self-reflection. Why am I so nervous, right? Because you really feel agitated by that situation. So in that situation of self-reflection, you can come to the conclusion that, yeah, I really don't like to speak in public. But what I'm saying to you is, from understanding that that situation makes you uncomfortable, you can actually say, I'm going to take that mic and I'm going to speak. I don't care. Right? You are challenging yourself in that situation to go out of your comfort zone. So, do you see how self reflection can actually become a really powerful tool for you? Now, many of us have heard of the word emotional intelligence, right? So, emotional intelligence is exactly one of the things we talked about just a minute ago. Is that person who understands that if I lose control of myself right now, if I start shouting, I will be a very poor manager. I will not be able to take good decisions. People around me are not going to respect me because they will think that this person cannot even control their emotions. Why should I bother to, give my 100% to support this person's vision, right? So, emotional intelligence and understanding the impact you have on other people. So, a self aware person, can understand their own emotions as well as understand the reasons behind it, right? So, it could be something that somebody said to you when you were a child, it could be something that you inherited from listening to your parents, right? But becoming emotionally aware is very, very important. So, self perception, understanding what are your strengths, your weaknesses, and how to overcome the weaknesses. See, most of us go through life, we don't even think about our weaknesses. But suppose today I ask you to apply for a job, right? And when you are applying for that job, you remember that, oh, I don't have this particular qualification for this job. That is when you become aware that is my weakness. So it is very important for us to understand our weaknesses, because when you understand your weaknesses, you can take active action in order to correct that situation. None of us are perfect. It's perfectly okay not to know things. There is nobody in this world who has all the knowledge in the world. We are not, ChatGPT or Google. We are human beings. And all of us have our limitations. And it is a very wise person who can understand and appreciate your strengths, but also where you need to work and to grow, right? And finally, another point is that you need to grow and learn every single day. See, all of us have got fancy degrees on our walls. All of us are highly educated. All of us have achieved a great deal in our life. And sometimes it's easy to say, okay, now I don't need to do anything, right? But what I want to say to you is that life is a continuous journey of growth and personal development. The minute and the day when you decide that you are not going to grow anymore, that you are not going to challenge yourself anymore, believe me, your life is as good as over. Right? So we tell our children, we challenge our children to learn and grow, but it applies to us as well. I'm probably older than everybody else here, right? And I continue to challenge myself on a daily basis. I feel very strongly that there is so much more I have to learn. There is so much more I have to challenge myself with, right? And there are certain things I will not challenge with myself about. For example, I am a pathetic singer. So if I start singing, it will be of no use. But there are certain things which are my strengths. I can develop those strengths. I can learn new things which are interesting and exciting, right? And that's what I want to speak to you about. Okay. So now I'm going to talk to you about 3 different tools, right? And these 3 different tools. Okay, before we do that, there is one more thing I wanted to talk to you about. Just give me a second. So I want to talk to you about 7 levels of awareness. So an animal or a normal person, the vast majority of people in this world, right, are reacting to life. Something happens and we react to it. We are not responding. But response means thinking out what action you will take in that situation. The second level of people are just following what everybody else is doing. It's called the following the crowd, right? And the third level is you want to do something, but you don't want to take any action. And the fourth level is you are an individual and you just want to be appreciated for uniqueness, for your being unique. The fifth level is you have a great deal of self-discipline. And you can tell yourself, tomorrow I'm going to wake up at 4:30 in the morning and I'm going to do A, B, C, right? And you wake up at 4:30 in the morning. That is discipline. And the sixth level, where I hope most of you are having an experience of life and you are learning from it, right? And the seventh level is mastery, where you are able to respond rather than react to a situation, right? Okay, so let's go back. So I want to share my screen now. Will share, you will not be able to do it at home in the form of a circle, but this is called the Life Mastery Circle. And it has different areas of your life which are listed here. For example, your health, your career, right? Your relationships, your own learning and personal growth. So when we do this exercise, which I would request you to do on your own at home later, and I will share all these different areas with you, you have to take each one of these areas and give yourself a mark from 1 to 10. So, for example, if your health is excellent, you can give yourself an 8 or a 7 or a 9, right? If you are not doing much to develop your own self and not spending time doing personal growth, okay, then you can give yourself a 2 or a 3 or a 4, right? If your career is doing fantastically well, right, then you can give your career an 8 or a 9. But if it is not going as you had planned, you can give it much less than that, right? So this is an exercise which is going to give you a snapshot of where your life is right now. This is only for yourself. And only you can do it because only you know your life. So be honest with yourself. Don't, think, okay, let me embellish it and give myself a 10 for everything. I don't think a person who has a 10 for everything exists on this planet, right? All of us have challenges in certain areas of our life. So why do we do this exercise? We do this exercise because it gives you a snapshot of where you are. And when you look at the areas of your life where you have 2 or 3 or 4, it becomes evident that you need to spend more time in those areas of your life, right? So what are these areas? Let me read them out to you because maybe it is too small, so you may not be able to see. One is health. Second is your friends and your family. When I say friends and family, it means what is your relationship with your friends and family? Do you have a lot of friends? Are your family members very close to you? Answer these kind of questions. What are you doing to have fun and have recreation in your life? Are you just plonking yourself in front of the television and watching endless movies? Or are you doing something else which is more important, right? So it is very important. By the way, having fun and having recreation is very important. So we need to actually think of it as a very important area of our life. Most of us don't pay much attention there. But, there's this old saying, right? All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy, right? So this is very true. We, particularly in India, we are a society that looks down on people who spend time having fun and doing things for recreation. But recreation could be as interesting as reading a book. It could be as good as spending time with people you care about, right? But it is very important. And then the wealth, right? And wealth is, now wealth can be material wealth, right? How much money do you have in the bank? But wealth also is non-tangible areas of wealth, right? One of the important areas of wealth is how many friends you have. That determines how wealthy you are, right? So when I say the word wealth, you can be creative in expressing this in or understanding it in your own way. This is only meant to trigger your thought process. And the relationship. When we talk about the relationship, I would like to say that, most of us probably are married and, have a relationship or with your spouse. So how good is your relationship with your spouse? This is very important because we live with that person every single day. So be honest. And if that area of your life, both of you are so busy with your work, you have no time for each other, maybe you need to start looking at spending your time, a little bit more time, nurturing that relationship. One other important area which I spoke about is your learning and personal growth. Now, unless you keep growing in your life and learning, I think, as I said, life is not worth living. So whether it is you take a new course in Chat GPT, because that's the new thing, or you learn a new skill, challenge yourself, right? Get out of your comfort zone. It is very easy for us to, not do anything and just go through life drifting like a ship on the ocean. When the wave comes from this side, we go to this side. And when the wave comes from that side, we go to this side. But learning and personal growth will give you an anchor to be steady. So think about how you can grow as an individual. And this doesn't mean that you have to go back to college or school. It can be learning something that is fun for you. Right? I mean, if you enjoy cooking, you could learn that. If you are a painter and a painter who has been painting at home but has not taken serious lessons, maybe you could learn that, right? And give yourself a different perspective on life. And what are your possessions? And are you happy with them, right? And this is more material possessions. So you could, because we don't actually possess other people, so you can't say I possess so many friends. But this is your wealth. I mean, not wealth, but the things that you own. It could be your car, your house, whatever it is, right? And are you satisfied with that? How is your career going? Is it going on the correct trajectory? Are you constantly, competing, or are you comfortable where you are? What is the next step in your career? Right? Have you reached the top of your career? And are you satisfied? Okay? And then, very importantly in life, you need to make a contribution. All of us, all of you are making a contribution because you have such amazing jobs. You are actually molding the minds of the next generation, right? So your job itself is a contribution, right? But in addition to what you do in the classroom, what are you contributing to your community, your society, your city, your state? What can you do to contribute more? And again, the final one is spirituality. And spirituality, is different from religion, right? We can all have different religions, it doesn't matter, but we are spiritual beings. And spiritually, we are, we are growing every day, but we need to focus a little bit on that. So spirituality is understanding that we are part of this whole world and we are part of this community and work together to make the world a better place, rather than religion, which tends to divide us in today's world. Right? So that is the first exercise, and I will send these different areas of your life. Please sit down at home or whenever you have time and evaluate yourself on these parameters, because this is a very good way for you to understand what is working in your life and what is not working in your life. Okay? So that's the first one. The second one I want to talk to you about is just one second. I will open another. So I'm going to talk about something called core values, and you can read with me what I have written on the thing. I want you to become aware of something called your core values. So your core value is something that defines you as a person. Now, if this core value is challenged in a situation, it makes you unhappy. Or if it challenges you in a negative way, you become unhappy, right? So if your core value is to find peace in life, a job in the army where you are daily confronted with violence will not be the best choice. Similarly, if your core value is integrity and you are working in an environment where you are constantly expected to bend the rules or do something that is not conforming with integrity that you uphold, you will feel stifled and stressed out in this environment. So we need to take some time to identify what are our core values. So I want to talk to you about, sorry. So, your core values, how do you know something is my core value? If in a particular situation you feel uncomfortable, upset, that means your core value is being challenged in that situation. Right? So your core values come from your parents, your upbringing, right? So if, for example, your father or mother is an extremely honest person, never tells a lie, and keeps on telling you when you were a child that you should never lie, you should never lie, you should never lie, you will not be able to lie. because it has become a core value in your system, right? So a core value is very, very intrinsic to who we are. It defines us. And you can have thousands of core values, but there are 5 or 6 major core values that each person has, right? So, for example, somebody can be altruistic. So their core value is I have to keep on doing something for other people. So these are the kind of people you will find working in NGOs and in communities, trying to make a difference, trying to we have seen there are so many people. I was reading the other day. There's this gentleman who gave up his job and now he drives his little truck and just goes to feed hundreds of children every single day, right? Or somebody else who has gone and who has adopted an old people's home, right? And that is the purpose of his life or her life, right? I'm not saying you have to do that. I'm just giving it as an example, right? So there can be many, many core values. And I will share with you. Sorry. Okay, I'll have to open it again. This is only as an example. Okay, when I do my longer programs, then we do this as a class, right? But these are some examples. There are more than 400 such core values, right? So, for example, some people may have a great deal of need to be recognized. And in a situation where they're doing their best and they're not being recognized, they will feel that their core value is being challenged. And so, what do you do with this information? It is very important to know your core values because when you know your core values, you can avoid situations where your core values are being challenged. Okay. You can actually make sure you don't take a job that challenges your core values. You can make sure that if people around you are not in tune with the core value that you have, you can decide to have a different set of friends, right? So core values actually are extremely, extremely important, right? So for example, somebody who is very brave, right? And who values bravery, that person will feel best when they are given an opportunity to show their bravery, right? Another person may feel that, their core value is camaraderie. So they love to have friends around them and they love to have, people around them so that they can feel a sense of belongingness, happiness, and they are at their best when they are with other people, right? So these are all the core values, and I would like you to spend some time to identify your core values. Now, one other aspect of core values, which is very, very important, right? The core values that we have very rarely change. They are almost fixed. I can't say they are 100% fixed, but they are almost fixed. And most of the time, your core values can change only when you have a major, difficult, life changing experience, right? Like, for example, somebody you know passes away, and those core values were attached to that person. And then you say, I don't trust life anymore. I give up on this core value. It doesn't work. So this can happen, but it is extremely, extremely rare. So please find out your core values, write them on a post-it or on a piece of paper, stick it on your little board where you keep things which are important so that you remember that these are my core values. And core values are normally positive, right? So you don't normally have a core value which is a negative core value. Okay. So I'll just give you another example. There are certain people we know in our life, and it may be their core value is telling the truth like it is. Now, people around you may not appreciate that. Very often, people don't like to be told what is the truth. But if your core value is that um, you have to tell the truth in a situation, sometimes people will say, he's too direct, right? And they may find that difficult to accept, right? So you need to understand your own core values because they define who you are, and you actually live your life based on these core values. Okay. And then the third example of third sort of test of your okay. Unfortunately I don't have that to share, but I will tell you about it. The third one, most of you probably have heard about it, right? Most of you have heard about it, and this is something which is used in companies, in the private sector, even in the government, to analyze a particular situation. But you can use it in your life as well. There's something called a SWOT analysis. So a SWOT analysis is, suppose you're applying for a new job, right? Before applying for a new job, if you can do a SWOT analysis for yourself. What are your strengths? List all your strengths down. What are your weaknesses? List all your weaknesses down. And now, when you're listing your weaknesses, this is a very good tool for you to understand, okay, compared to all the other candidates, I don't have these two very important attributes. So what can I do to get those attributes? Maybe I can take an online course. Maybe I can, take a class after work, right? So you can address those weaknesses. So by listing them down. The third is, if I get this job, what are the opportunities that open up for me? List all the opportunities. And what are the threats that this situation poses? Suppose you are applying for a job, and the threat can be that you have to move from the city where you are located to another city, and you have to disrupt the life of your entire family. And will your husband or your wife come with you? Their job is here in this city. Will they join you in the next city? So this is a threat in that situation, right? So you can take any situation at all, and do a SWOT analysis, right? This is write your strengths, your weaknesses, your opportunities, and your threats. Okay. So now I'd like to open the floor to any questions that you may have, and then I will, answer those questions and also, conclude by giving you the whole thing again. All right. So anybody who has any questions, you are welcome to come forward and ask a question. Question or a comment, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. I don't see any hands going up. Okay, there's one lady who has a mic. NRCJ RJY. NRC RJY, lady in the yellow sari, yellow orange sari. Please go ahead. I think you are on mute, madam. The system is on mute. You can unmute yourself. Sorry, can you turn around so I can see you while you're speaking? Yeah, please go ahead.
Hello, am I audible
Yes.
now?
Yes, you are.
Good morning, ma'am. It looks like your presentation is absolutely, it's crystal clear. So none of our participants have any doubts or questions.
Okay.
So really an honor to have you here.
Yeah.
Quite honored to listen to your, entire presentation. I will let the other participants in other NAFIs to take up the chance to come up with questions. Thank you so much, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay. So I want to ask you a question. Give me a situation that you are facing right now in your university or college or your life, right? And let us put it through one of these core values exercise. Okay. So that we can find out what is your personal core value. Okay. The gentleman has, okay, he's gone to answer a phone. Okay. Right. There is NRC Guntur.
Hello, ma'am. Good
Yes,
morning,
hello.
ma'am.
Good
Good
morning.
morning. How to handle a situation when one's core value is hurt? How to handle oneself?
So, this is a very good question, and I'm happy that you're asking that question. So, the core value is very, very intrinsic to you, right? And it defines you as a person and it makes you who you are. So, if you are in a situation where your core value is being threatened or challenged, then the only thing you can do is either if you try and convert other people to your thought process, it doesn't work, right? But you can iterate, saying that honesty, for example, honesty is very important to me. And I cannot be in a situation or tolerate a situation where honesty and integrity are not there. And there is nothing wrong with your saying that, because being honest and having a high sense of integrity is a very good core value, right? So sometimes you just need to say it and make a point, right? For example, another point, you are a person who loves peace and two students are fighting with each other, right? So in that situation, as the elder in that situation, you can go up to them and you can tell them that, it is not good for them to be fighting, and it is not good to be in a situation where they are fighting with each other, right? They should be supportive of each other, and hopefully they will listen to you in that situation. But in 90% of the situations, when your core value is being threatened, most of the time, I have found that the only way you can actually handle it is by walking away, right? Or ensuring, if the people around you are the cause of the core value being threatened, that you tell them, right? So you need to be articulate and you need to be a little stronger and say it. Okay. And I think NRC Kadapa. Somebody has raised their hand from NRC Kadapa. Oh, madam, you're on mute. Yeah.
Padmavati, lecturer in physics from SAR and SAR Government Degree College for Women, Kadapa. It was very interesting and
So I can't hear you very clearly, madam. Can you come forward to where the instrument is? Yeah.
actually my comment on that balance is not a easy task. I think it is a continuous process. One should have practice in every day to get emotional balance. I think. Is it right, ma'am?
I'm really sorry, but your voice doesn't seem to be very clear for me. So is it possible for you to write it in the chat? Can you please write it in the chat? Yeah, can you write it in the chat?
Yeah. Continuous.
Okay. So I want to ask you all a question because I can't see the question from emotional balance is a continuous process. Absolutely. The lady from Kadapa has written, emotional balance is a continuous process. Absolutely right. We are as human beings living a life and it is constantly a challenge. It's constantly changing, and having your emotional balance is also a continuous process. Very well said. Absolutely. So, I want to ask you a question. After doing this exercise, these three exercises, I want you to share how well do you think you know yourself? How well do you know yourself? Let's raise our hands to say, I know myself. Raise your hand. Nobody is raising their hand.
Actually, we didn't get the question.
So, okay. Okay. So there is another question which has come. Is there a life mastery cycle for students, madam? Yes. Sri Kalahasti from NRC Sri Kalahasti. Okay. Thank you very much. So all of these tools that I have shared with you today, whether it is the life mastery circle, whether it is the core values program process, whether it is the SWOT analysis, these are tools you can share with your students, right? This is something that you can share with your family members, you can share it with your friends, you can share it with anybody, because we are all human beings, and this entire process or these tools are applicable to everybody, right? So please definitely feel like you should do this because for your students, because it will give them emotional and personal mastery. Somebody else is there who wants to speak?
Okay, thank you very much, madam, for your suggestions and nice session.
Okay, yeah. So I want to talk a little bit about, how self-awareness is important for us as educators, because all of you are senior educators, highly educated, and imparting education to the next generation. So how does self-awareness about yourself help you in the journey as an educator? Right? When you are more self-aware about yourself, right, you can take better decisions. So as a manager, you can take better decisions. When you are a self-aware person, you can guide your students better, right? If you don't even know yourself, how can you guide somebody else, right? So the first step is to know yourself. So long time ago, when the Greek philosophers were there, one of the things that Plato said was, man, know thyself. And from that time till this time, we are in a constant cycle of learning about who we are, right? And what we are. So, of course, now we have more modern tools, but the reality is what makes us who we are remains a mystery for the most part, right? So, what I said was, let us not react in a situation, let us respond. Let us not, follow the crowd only. Let us understand. And also, just saying, this is who I am. And you have to take it or leave it, right? That also is not a very healthy thing. So the ultimate aim of this entire process of self-awareness is, in any situation, responding rather than reacting. So the core values are intrinsic and how they can be nurtured in the minds of students. So if you are wanting them to imbibe core values from you, then you have to keep doing 2 or 3 things. One is live the core values in front of your students. Be an embodiment of the core values in front of your students, right? And secondly, keep telling them that, for example, it is very important to be honest. Somebody may be sitting for the civil services exam. You tell them, one of the most important attributes of a civil servant is empathy. It is somebody who cares, somebody who, is very, very fair and very honest, right? So you can influence the next generation. In fact, you all have, I think, one of the most challenging, but one of the most exciting jobs, because whatever you teach in the classroom, but I'm not talking about the actual subject that you are teaching, right? You could be teaching physics, you could be teaching geography, whatever it is. But what you are teaching is beyond the subject you're teaching. You're teaching these young people to become good human beings, to become valuable members of society, so that when they go out in the world, they are, somebody that you can be proud of, right? So teachers, educators have one of the most important jobs in the whole world. A while ago, I saw this post of, I think it was Satya Nadella, I'm not sure, but he came back to India on a visit. And one of the first things he did was get into the car and go and visit his old teacher, right? Because that teacher or that educator had made such an impact on that person's life that he felt the need to go back and thank her. And now she was very old and everything, and but the impact you can have. I still remember my teachers from way back. Some of them are still there, so we do interact, right? Similarly, you all are holding these young, impressionable minds in your hand, right? And by giving them these tools of self-awareness, self-reflection, emotional intelligence, self-perception, understanding how they are impacting others, these kind of things. If you talk to them about these kind of things, they will become, you see, whether you can give them a value or not, whether they will imbibe it as a full core value or not, doesn't matter, because tomorrow or the next session, we will be talking about something else. And in that, we are going to be talking about positive mindset, growth mindset, right? So you have a very, very powerful job to impact the minds of these students, so that when they go out in this world, when they are, ex-alumni of your school or college, right? they will be, you will be proud of them. And they will be proud to tell you that I came from the school, right? So, so never think that your job as educators is, I personally think it's the most important job, right? Most of us would think, oh, to be a politician, to become the prime minister is the most important job. I think being an educator is the most important job, right? Students come every single day for 3, 4 years into your classroom. Imagine they don't spend that much time even with their parents sometimes. They spend more time with you, right? So certainly, uh, these have to be nurtured by you through example, through constant iteration, and through, when you want to make a point, look for an example in the in your community, whether it is in the college or the university or in your city, right? Look for an example and keep on telling them that you value this core value very, very much. And they will start to imbibe it, at least as a positive mindset, right? So, yeah, I think I've answered that question. Okay. Any other questions? Otherwise, I'll continue with what I wanted to say. Okay. I think we have a quieter group today, right? So, yeah. So I'll just go quickly through what I said earlier so that it sort of sinks in a little bit more. The first one is that, what is self-awareness? Self-awareness is understanding ourselves and understanding what are our triggers, right? So if somebody starts talking something which is wrong in front of us and we get upset because they're telling a lie, then you know that honesty triggers me, or lack of honesty triggers a reaction from me, right? And the second thing is, how do people around me perceive me? Very important. And the third one is, how does my lack of self-awareness or my self-awareness impact my future, right? Because the future is impacted by our self-awareness or lack of it, right? So what are the different aspects of self-awareness? Self-reflection, emotional intelligence. Now, self-reflection is introspection. So when you do these 3 exercises, you will be doing this self-reflection, because you will have to decide, okay, in the wheel of life, in the area of my health, I am a 3. What can I do to make that better? Right? So when you saw that wheel of life, you saw that the example I had was all jagged, right? Some was higher, some was lower. But I still call it the life mastery circle, right? Or the wheel of life, right? So it is in our interest to make it as round as possible. It will never be perfectly round. But of course, if it is a circle, in order for it to move forward, it has to be as round as possible. And if it is jagged like that, then obviously we have work to be done. So I deliberately chose that example so that you can see that the person whose example it was, it is normal for us to be good in some areas of our life and not so good in other areas of our life. But this exercise will help you to understand where you need to focus your attention. Okay. And then, of course, your core values is very important. And please, by all means, share this with your students. I wish somebody had shared it with me when I was in college. It took me years and years and years, an entire lifetime to reach this point, right? But that is why I also do some programs for students in universities, because if they get this information, this knowledge at this time in their life, imagine what they can achieve, right? So everybody in life teaches you concepts, they teach you information, but nobody has ever bothered to spend time to handle your mind and your emotions. And self-awareness is the foundation for handling your mind and your emotions, right? So self-awareness is critical. It is vital, and it is really important. Um, and understanding, self-awareness is not just what I think about myself. Self-awareness is also how I relate to other people in the world. What do they think about me? I may be thinking I'm a very great person, but the impact I have on the people around me is different. They don't think I'm so great. They think, I have a huge ego. I'm very snobbish. I don't like to meet people. I don't like to interact, right? So the reality is that there is always a difference between what I think about myself and what others think about me, right? So if you can just understand that there is a dichotomy, there is a difference between how I perceive myself and how others perceive me. If that is the only thing you get out of this course, this session, you would have gotten a great deal out of it. Okay. And the third, is you have to understand that life is a continuum, and whatever self-awareness or lack of self-awareness you have today is going to impact your future, right? So we don't live in compartments. We live in a situation where life is a continuum. Okay. So that is why it is even more important for us to understand that, self-awareness is important, because if you are not self-aware, it will impact your life forever. Right? Okay. Very good. And then I want to talk to you, and I have spoken to you about personal growth and development. We can fall into the trap, particularly when we are highly educated, to say, now I don't need to learn anything. But I would like to say to you that you need to challenge yourself every single day. The world is changing at such a phenomenal pace. In my own lifetime, I have seen so many changes, but in your lifetime, because you are all younger than me, it is changing even faster. What took 30 years to happen in my lifetime is happening literally in 6 months, right? So the world that you will, grow old in is not the world you are living in right now, right? So when I was a kid, people used to talk about something called artificial intelligence, right? It was so far in the distant future. When I was a child, we used to have the rotary telephones. There were no mobile phones. There was no internet. There was no Google. There was no email, right? And there was, mm, I mean, now we have, environmentally friendly cars. We have people doing research on how a car can drive itself, right? People have gone to the moon and back, but people are taking private rockets and going into space, right? So the world is changing, and if there's one thing you can do to help your students, is to get them to understand that they have one of the biggest gifts you can give your students is if you can make them flexible, make them adaptable, because life is going to be lived and conquered in the future by only the people who are constantly able to adapt and change. The person who is living in his little cell and saying, I don't care what is happening outside, I am in my cell, that person will be left behind. Right? So it is extremely, extremely important for you and your students to understand that life is a constant flux. It's constantly changing. And this constant change is what we have to adapt to. And in order to adapt to this constant change, constantly happening around us, we have to be self-aware. Right? We have to know our weaknesses. Because believe me, as the world is changing, all of us are going to be challenged and we're going to be left behind. Right? So, yeah, so your job as educators is to develop self-awareness in your students, make them more resilient, make them more flexible, make them more able to handle changes and challenges. And that can only happen if you yourself are self-aware and handling the same challenges around you. Right? Okay, good. So NRC Anantapur. Can somebody raise their hand from NRC Anantapur? Yeah. Okay. Nobody. Everybody's sitting. Okay. Yes. Great. So I would like one person from NRC Anantapur to just come and talk to me and tell me what you think about this, what I said. Was it just a lot of talk or did you find it useful? Okay, somebody, yeah, the gentleman with the mic. You are on mute, sir. Yeah.
Yes. Good morning, madam.
Good morning.
Yeah. So, madam, like whatever you have discussed with us, and how can we relate these things to spirituality? Like most of the spiritual gurus and all these, like they'll also take the things in a similar way. Like, what is the role of the religion here?
So religion very often is what your core values are based on. So I don't want to go into religion very much here or spirituality for the simple reason that we are in a group which is very mixed, right? So we have people from every spiritual or religious background, and I'm not here to advocate any one of them. I think all of them have a similar message, and all of them have a similar foundation. Having said that, we are all spiritual beings, not necessarily religious beings, spiritual beings, because religion in today's world unfortunately divides us, right? And spirituality is that aspect of us which connects us to everybody, regardless of religion, right? We are all spiritual beings first, and then belong to religion A or B or C, right? So at the level of spirituality, the whole of humanity is one, right? So I think that is the most basic foundation or the most basic core value that we all function from, right? So our spirituality is what defines us and what is very important to most of us, right? We are all aware that we are spiritual beings. So yes, in a way, you may be right that most of the gurus, most of the teachers, they say some things which are similar. But the difference is that when the most gurus will not give you these kind of tools, right? They will ask you to do meditation. They will ask you to do as a first step towards self-reflection. And yeah, I do meditation as well, but I'm not at this moment addressing the subject of meditation. If you meditate, then you will become more self-aware. So there is a difference. There is a connection, definitely. So people who do meditation, who do other spiritual practices, they automatically become more self-aware without too much struggle. But since we are in a mixed group, some people are more spiritual than others. I don't want to go into that. Certainly, I can, I teach meditation, I do meditation, and I have found it very, very important and very powerful in my life, right? But of course, we don't have the time for that right now. Thank you so much for that question.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Anybody else wants to ask a question? Okay, let me ask NRC pillar. Somebody from NRC pillar can just take the mic and say something. Yeah. The gentleman. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Right.
Pillar. Yeah.
Yes, madam. Please tell me.
Yeah. So I want to ask you, did you find this process, this explanation, this program, or this class interesting? And if so, what was interesting for you, and how are you going to implement it in your life? Are you there? Hello? NRC pillar? Okay. Okay. This can be a question to everybody. It doesn't have to be NRC pillar, right? Yeah. The gentleman from NRC pillar is back. Please go ahead.
Yes, madam. We are responding. ఎక్కడ ఉంది ఇక్కడ అది అక్కడ ఉంది హలో మేడం ఎన్ఆర్సి పిల్లర్ రెస్పాండింగ్ మేడం
Sorry?
ఎన్ఆర్సి పిల్లర్ రెస్పాండింగ్ మేడం
Yes, go ahead, please. Okay. I think maybe they're not responding. All right, it's fine. So what I wanted to say is, as the one more thing that I want to stress, which I haven't said, self-awareness is also important in self-care and well-being. Now, when you do that life mastery circle, you will be looking at health as a part of it. But as educators, as senior educators, it is very important for you to look after yourself. So, when there is too much work, you may have burnout, you may be stressed, right? So you need to spend time with yourself just to calm yourself down, to bring yourself into a more peaceful state of mind. And you need to understand your body and look after your health. This is an extremely important part of self-awareness, right? I hope all of you are looking after your body. I hope you're looking after your health. I hope you're looking after, your values and beliefs. And I hope that you will be able to use these these tools in order to learn more about yourself. So another very important part of self-awareness is your social skills and empathy, right? How empathetic are you? Are you able to put yourself in another person's shoes? Or are you looking at that other person as a person separate from them? Right? These are very important aspects of self-awareness. Okay? So you need to prioritize self-care. You need to find your personal values and align your life to them. You need to enhance your emotional intelligence. You need to explore your strengths and weaknesses. And you need to also understand. See, we are all working in a government situation, right? So ethics and integrity should be part of our own personal values, right? So I want to also talk about karma yoga, right? This comes from an Sanskrit, uh, perception of life, or something which comes from the Indian view of life. So what is karma yoga? As professors, as teachers, right? Your job is to encourage and inspire the next generation. But there are two professors. Professor A goes to the class, delivers the lecture, and comes home. He's very happy to get his salary at the end of the month. And he doesn't feel like pushing himself any further, right? Because the salary will come in any case. So why should I bother? Put so much effort. Professor number 2 goes to class and is totally engaged with the students. He or she cares about the students, their future, their well-being, and where their life is going to go. So they spend time, even after class, guiding, advising, supporting the student, right? I would like to request you all of you, to be like the second professor, not like the first professor, right? Because a first professor is just doing his job mechanically. And it is easy to fall into that, especially when you've been teaching for 5 or 10 years. It's easy to get into that thing. How many students am I going to talk to? Why should I be bothered about their life? I've done my bit. Now I'm just going to go and give my lecture and come home. Right? So please don't do that. Remember that you have the most valuable job in the country to inspire students and give them hope for the future, advice for the future. And if you just share what we have discussed and make your students more self-aware, that in itself will be a big contribution that you're making to their personal life, right? Because most of our classes don't focus on these kind of subjects. Most of the time, we are so busy trying to get marks in sociology or in mathematics or physics or geography, biology, English literature, right? So these are subjects that we study. But sometimes, I have realized that very often, many of the things I studied in college, I don't use anymore. And I'm sure many of you can relate to that. So giving your students life skills, and these are life skills, understanding yourself, becoming self-aware. These are life skills. Give your students life skills. They will remember you for the rest of their life. I'm not saying that your actual subject is not important. Of course it is. But along with that, give them your life skills. And they will remember you for it, because now increasingly, at least abroad, and increasingly even in India, right? In many private universities, students are getting, exposed to this kind of content. So please, when you go back, when you finish with this program, I would like to request you all to inspire your students, become an example that they want to follow. If they have questions about their life, help them. Encourage them to understand themselves better. These are life skills that will remain with them for the rest of their life. Okay. And with that, I think I'll conclude for today, unless there are any questions. I'll wait for a few minutes for any questions, and then we can. NRC Vijayawada. Everybody's having long conversations, but not with me. Okay. So if there are no questions.
Madam, just 1 minute, madam, please.
Yeah.
One of our participants is like.
Sure. Okay. Excellent.
Good morning, madam.
Good
My
morning.
My question is regarding responding and reacting. Always, my mind's like always in automated mode. Always we are usually reacting. What kind of tools empower me to respond rather than reacting the situations? Since situations and people are not our control always. Thank you, ma'am.
Very true. So the first thing, it's a very excellent question. So thank you very much for asking that question. See, you are right. As human beings, we are 90% of the time in reactive mode, right? But how do you move from reaction to response? Take a few deep breaths in and deep breaths out. That will help you to become calmer and be more in the present moment, right? So the breath, when you breathe, the breath brings you to the present moment, right? So if you take 4 or 5 deep breaths in and 4 or 5 deep breaths out, rather than reacting immediately, it gives you the window of opportunity to respond. Okay. So it's a very simple thing, but breathing is very, very powerful. We don't pay too much attention to that. It's a whole different program, right? When we talk about breathing, but it is the first thing that we do when we breathe in and the last thing we do when we breathe out. And all of our life is in between. So if you want to respond rather than react, pay attention to your breath for a few minutes rather than immediately saying something. Say, we take action, we react in situations, and then we regret it, right? 90% of the time when we are reacting to a situation, we regret it because we have done something hastily. We have said something when we were reacting. So it was not the right thing to do at that moment. So when you respond after taking 4 or 5 breaths, then you are likely to take a better decision, right? And all of these things that we talked about today, self-awareness, if you begin on the journey of self-awareness using the tools which I have shared today, right? You can now see, you asked me this question about reaction and response. Most of us just react. We don't even know about it. So you have already started thinking like that. And when you finish doing these exercises at home for yourself, I'm sure you will be able to step back from yourself and say, okay, now from now onwards, I will respond, not react. Right. Okay, excellent. Thank you so much for that question. Anybody else who has a question, please feel free to ask. Okay.
Yes, madam. This is NRC pillar, madam. Yes, madam. How can we determine the response and the reaction from our emotional intelligence?
Very good. So the thing is, reaction is something which you do in the heat of the moment, right? Somebody comes and they are rude to you. Suppose somebody comes and they are rude to you, and you say, you are always misbehaving, please look after your mouth. Don't talk to me like this. That is a reaction. A response is you sit and you breathe for a few minutes. And when after your breathing has happened for 4-5 times, then you say, okay, this guy is always behaving like this. How can I influence him so he stops behaving like this? Right? So then you ask him, so over a period of time, not in that moment, over a period of time, you ask him, is there something bothering you? Is everything okay with you and your family? Right? I just feel that, sometimes you can be very aggressive. Maybe it is because of some problem you're having in your life, right? You have turned the whole thing around a little bit and you have become interested in that person rather than reacting. Okay? So in that way, you can you see the difference between reaction and response, right? So response is a little bit more thought out. And you have stepped back from the situation and you are looking at it in a detached manner, right? In a reaction, you are just going with the flow of the emotions, good, bad, or whatever, right? And like I said, 90% of the time when we are reacting, we also regret. Okay, so I see there's a question in the chat. Is there a difference between principles and core values? So I would like to call them core values. You may like to call them principles, right? There are other people who call them something else, right? So these are only terms. But I feel that the word core values sort of expresses it better because it is your core, what makes you who you are, right? So you can use any name for it, but as long as you understand the concept. The concept is a core value is what defines you. For example, like honesty, integrity, a peacefulness, or it could be somebody who is, dedicated to doing social work, right? Doing things for others. So they are philanthropic, right? So it could be any number of such values. I would prefer if you use the word values. Principles can have many other interpretations. Okay. Thank you for that question. Okay. Anybody else? So, I want to tell you that cultivating self-awareness doesn't happen in this moment only. It is a continuous process, which is lifelong. Okay. So it is ongoing self-reflection and also, feedback from other people. So people around you might tell you, like I was giving the example of the reaction and response. You could give that feedback to that person. I notice you are, very agitated very often. Is there some problem that you're going through in your life, right? So this kind of feedback we also get from other people around us. So self-management, emotional intelligence. Okay. The other thing is when you are self-aware, you take better decisions. So as a decision maker, you are better. You are also better in your relationships, interpersonal relationships, with the people that you interact with. So self-awareness is very important for that. And this is, yeah, go ahead. Yes, please go ahead. NRC Vijayawada. Hello.
Hello, ma'am. Am I
Yes.
audible?
Yes, very much. Please go ahead.
Ma'am, I have a question. Teaching or some other by attending some programs. We used to want to ask some questions, but
You want to start, sir? Hello. Yeah, your voice went into there was
yes,
some.
ma'am, yes, just a minute. We are fixing the problem. Yes, ma'am. Actually, if we want to ask some questions, we usually ended up with our questions by hesitation or some fear of compromising ourselves. How one can self overcome this fear of hesitation, ma'am? Can you give some suggestions?
It's a very beautiful question, and thank you for asking that question. So, we are going to have another session on Thursday, and we are going to talk about growth mindset in that session, right? And these kind of internal fears that stop us from living our life to the fullest, because this is if you don't ask the question, right? You are actually denying yourself an answer. But yes, I appreciate that when you have so many people, you are afraid that they will judge you, and you are afraid that, uh, every situation that you are in, all these people will say, oh, she didn't even know this, and she's asking that question. What a silly question, right? You're worried that people will judge you. So really, I want to tell you, forget about other people. This is your life, right? Stop worrying about what other people think about you, right? I know it's easier said than done, but when you can see that asking a question in a class like this will give you an answer, right? I want you to challenge yourself, right? And I appreciate from the bottom of my heart that you actually asked this question, because I can appreciate that this was probably not easy for you, right? So we will answer this question when we meet on Thursday, and we will talk about this in greater detail. Okay. All right. Thank you so much for that question. And there is another question which has come up on the chat: situations when where to react and when where to respond. Okay. So let us not be reactive, right? Let us be responsive. Why? Because we are thinking human beings. So in almost every situation, see, when a child, suppose you are parents, I mean, you have children at home and your child does something wrong, right? If you shout at them, will they listen? You're reacting. They're not going to listen. We all know that the children are going to become even more determined to do something in their situation, right? So please become more aware of yourself, and that awareness will take you to a situation where you will always respond, not react. That shows your emotional intelligence. It shows your maturity. Okay. So our aim is to go from reaction to response. Okay. Thank you so much for that question. NRC Sri Kalahasti. Thank you for that question. Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. It was a pleasure talking to you all. And I think we have another session planned for later in the week. And we'll be talking about a different subject then, which is linked to today's program, to today's subject. Okay. So I thank you for that. And I think now it's time for your break, right?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for throwing light on self-awareness. It's really wonderful session, very interactive. Now I invite NRC Rajamani to propose a vote of thanks for the session.
Good morning, everybody. This is Dr. Pratima from Department of Commerce, Government College, Rajahmundry. Today's session, the topic for today's session is self-awareness. Dr. Neeru Singh Madam has done a wonderful job on enlightening us on such a new concept of self-awareness. What happens is many times the training sessions are mainly focused on technical skills, something related to profession, and then more of such things have been imparted in the training sessions. But it was a pleasant surprise that something has been dealt on personal level also, or there was an effort to do something on the level for improvement of life skills. And that too from such a renowned person like Neeru Singh ma'am. She has achieved so much, but she has been so simple and down to earth, and she feels that she has become more. It's quite inspiring to actually get to see her, hear her, and then understand the way she feels that we can become a little better. Ma'am has done the following topics. Firstly, she started with what is self-awareness, and then understanding how to understand our triggers, and then the aspects of self-awareness. And then she was also focused on how this lack of self-awareness could impact our life. And then she moved on to 7 levels of awareness, and then it's life mastery circle, and then the core values. And she has also given a detailed explanation about 45 core values, and then the SWOT analysis was also discussed. It was all these topics are absolutely new for us, and then these topics are quite thought provoking, and then these could make a lot of difference in our life, ma'am. Thank you so much for enlightening us, and then we will surely see that we take this. We actually transfer the knowledge that you have given us to our students and see that they are also self-aware of themselves, and then they once they're self-aware of themselves, then they can they can lead the journey towards self-improvement also. It's such an honor to have you here, ma'am. It's an extreme pleasure for all of us from all the 9 nodal research centers from AP, ma'am. We are looking forward to have more from you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Let's have tea break for 10 minutes. Exactly 11:45, next session will start. I request all the program coordinators to make arrangements immediately. The next session starts by 11:45. And also I request program coordinators to make participants attentive during the sessions. Please. Thank you.
మనకి వాయిస్ హలో శైలజ మేడం
చెప్పండి మేడం.
కడప ఎన్ఆర్సి మేడం పద్మావతి.
చెప్పండి.
ఇందాక మేడంతో మాట్లాడేటప్పుడు వాయిస్ వినిపించలేదు, జస్ట్ చెక్ చేస్తున్నా. మేడం ఏం లేదు, నీరు సింగ్ మేడంది మెయిల్ ఐడి ఏమన్నా అట్లా మెసేజ్ చేస్తారా? నెక్స్ట్ సెషన్ కి నేను కొన్ని క్వశ్చన్స్ మేడం సెండ్ చేద్దామని. మెయిల్ ఇందాక మాట్లాడారు కదా మేడం,
మెయిల్ అడ్రస్ మేడం?
మెయిల్ ఐడి
నేను కనుక్కుంటా.
ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ మేడం.
We welcome Nagaraju sir. Sir,
Just
session starts by 11:45, sir, exactly.
1 second, just give me some time. I'm just checking how it works.
Okay, okay. I request all NRCs to switch on your videos. Anantapur, Guntur, Kakinada. Please switch on your video.
Hello. Yes, sir. Good afternoon. How are you, sir? Good, sir. Sir, I think you are coming to
Once again, warm welcome to all the participants. Special welcome to our resource person, M. Nagaraju sir. We welcome you, sir, for this 6 days non-residential training on English medium of instruction. Sir, am I audible, sir? Nagaraju sir?
Yes, very much.
Yeah, yeah. I would like to invite NRC Rajamundry to introduce today's eminent resource person to the participants.
yes. There's exchange of computer with all other sectors also.
NRC Rajamundry, please respond. You are muted, ma'am.
Also. Yeah, yeah.
Hello.
Sure.
Yeah, audible, ma'am. Please carry on.
Good morning, sir. Myself, Vaishnavi from I'm pleased to invite our speaker for this session, Mr. N. Nagaraju, sir, who has taught English language and literature to graduate and postgraduate students at various colleges till he retired from government service in 2012 as a selection grade lecturer in English. He is a senior master trainer in communicative language teaching techniques, certified by the US State Department English Language Fellow Program. He has conducted workshops for APCCCE, APCCCE, RIP, RGKT, CCAP, AP Judicial Academy, APSSB, UOH, and several other universities and institutions. He has organized more than 200 training workshops for English lecturers working in engineering colleges, degree colleges, and polytechnics. He co-authored and edited 4 textbooks for university and polytechnic students and designed other learning materials. Mr. Raju sir, a popular resource person in communication skills, soft skills, and employment skills, has been invited to speak on several current academic and general subjects at various educational forums and workshops, including UGC sponsored orientation and literature courses and national seminars. He has presented more than 50 daily lessons for degree and intermediate students. His contributions to community have earned him many rewards and recognitions. He graduated from the highly coveted Lion Certified Instructor Program of Lions Clubs International and has organized innumerable training workshops for district and club officers. He won almost every award that a Lion. We are pleased to have you here, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for that wonderful introduction. Should I start the workshop now?
Yes, sir. Please carry on.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. So very happy to be here once again. This is my second presentation of this kind for this group of teachers here. I have a little difficulty with my system. That's why I've logged in from 2 different places. Maybe you are able to watch my slideshow. Are you able to see that?
Yes, sir. It's visible, sir.
Right, good, good. So technology comes with lots of advantages. At the same time, it throws up some setbacks as well. So last night my laptop crashed and then I had a little difficulty in rebooting it in the morning today. That's why there may be a slight difficulty. Please pardon me for that. Okay, are you all ready for the class? How many of you are ready? Just show your hands to me. If you are ready for the class, just raise your hands. I don't see even one hand risen. Not even one. I think slowly 1 or 2 people are raising their hands. I think. If you are ready for the class, please raise your right hand, left hand, both hands, any hand. Oh, good, 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 good. I think some hands are going up now. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you all. Wonderful. That's really wonderful. Yeah, you can drop your hands now. Good. Before I begin the class, I have a few instructions for you. Some people are still moving about in the classes. If it is absolutely essential, or if you always like to be on your feet, I don't mind. But if you sit and then if you listen, perhaps it will be easier for you and easier for me. Do you mind all of you please sit down? There are 1 or 2 people still going about. In case you need to go out during the session, you can sit close to the door, as close to the door as possible, so that without disturbing anybody, you can quietly move out of the class and the others can pay attention to me. So do you like to organize yourselves? Anybody would like to sit near the door? People are still settling. Which center is this?
I request program coordinators to make participants attentive. Program coordinators, please make participants attentive.
Great.
Yes, sir.
That's good. That's good. Thank you so much for your support. I think tea was late, perhaps. Maybe they were not served tea in time, I think. There are lots of chairs here vacant in Nellore. I don't know why. Maybe I would like you to sit down in the front rows and sit in pairs. Everybody must have somebody beside you so that in case necessary, you can speak to the next person. Please sit in pairs, sit in the front rows. Don't leave any front rows vacant. Nellore, all of you can come to the front, I think. Please come to the front rows. 1 and 2. Please sit in pairs. So there must be somebody beside you. There must be 2 people sitting together so that if I ask you, you can speak to each other. Quite a lot of people are sitting alone, are sitting in threes. I don't mind spending 1 or 2 minutes more to ensure that everybody is sitting in a pair, everybody is sitting in the front. You can hear me better, you can see me better, you can see the screen better if you are closer to the screen. Does everybody have somebody to sit to talk to you beside you? No. No, I think Nellore still has lots of tables in front of them vacant, and this, what is this? RJY, Rajamandri, I think. Rajamandri also has lots of sofas, very comfortable sofas are there in the front. You can come. I don't think anybody will object to that. I am waiting for Nellore. Is there somebody to help me in Nellore?
Nellore program coordinator, please respond immediately.
Yes, sir. Making a participants to sit in front of.
Yes, that's good. Thank you so much. Ask them to sit in the front, ask them to sit in pairs.
Rajvali, also please make the participants to sit in front.
Yeah, wherever possible, two to a table. Wherever convenient, two chairs together. If it's not convenient, if the infrastructure does not allow it, leave it. But otherwise, as far as possible, sit two people together. Good. People are now moving about, coming to the front. I see one or two of you. Finally, I see somebody sitting alone again. You have to bring a companion for yourself, this gentleman. Find somebody and then ask him to come and sit beside you. I don't want anybody to be alone during the class. You must have a companion beside you. Great. I think now the message is reaching you. A few centers are all perfectly seated and they are just waiting. I know they might be thinking I'm wasting a lot of time. I'll tell you why. I think I've lost some 5 or 6 minutes already. Good. Let's start the class now. I think because you already said that you are ready for the class, let me begin here. Let me begin by telling you why I spent so much time in giving those instructions to you and asking you to sit in the front rows and sit together, and till at least a majority of you, took that instruction and followed that instruction. I waited. I am just trying to demonstrate how difficult it is or how important it is to manage our classes, to organize our classes, or to reorganize our classes. Like I find it a little difficult today, maybe because of technology or maybe because of other reasons. The same kind of difficulty we have in our classes also. Do you have similar problems with students? One of you can raise your hand and tell me, do you have similar problems in your class?
Yes, sir. Yes, we have, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Students do not sit together. Students do not sit in the front rows. Students do not follow our instructions. And we say something and they do something else. And or we sometimes are not able to convey exactly the message that we wish to. And these are the problems that arise because of that. So my present talk also is going to focus on that. English for the classroom. Can anybody tell me a few of the sentences that I used when I asked you to sit down together in pairs, sit down and take the front rows? What sentences did I use? Some 2 or 3 sentences that you might have picked up. Somebody has risen hand here, Vijayawada.
All of you sit in pairs.
Very good.
Don't
Thank you
sit
so much.
alone.
Excellent.
Don't sit lonely.
Lovely.
Or alone. Yeah. Come to the front rows. Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent. So these are the sentences that I used. So when I wanted my students to sit in a certain way, if I know what kind of English language is essential, what kind of language serves the purpose, it makes my job a little easier, right? I must use the right English sentences to get the instructions carried out. Some of us think, oh, I'm a physics teacher, I'm a statistics teacher, I'm a history teacher. How does it matter to me? I'm not an English teacher, I'm not teaching English. That's not my subject. So if I teach physics and if all my students pass the examination in physics, my job is done. Yes, your job is done, but only partly. That's not the whole of our job, but a part of our job. Helping students pass the examinations is one of the priorities of all teachers, but that's not the whole of it. What are a few other things that we need to do? One of the other things that we need to do is we have to We have to make a conscious effort to teach students language also, though we are not language teachers. So by using the right kind of language, by giving the right instructions, by asking good English questions, we are indirectly promoting the use of English language and we are helping our students pick up. In fact, this job that is done by the non-English teachers is much more powerful, much more effective than what the English teachers themselves do. English teachers teach English for helping students to pass the English examination. That's all. Their job is done. But you have a double role. What is the double role? Teach your subject and also indirectly teach a little English. So that's where this lesson comes in, and the presentation that we are going to see will help you use English in your classroom very effectively to help yourself and to help your students. Let's move on from here. You see a picture here, right? This is some students seated in pairs. This is exactly how I wanted you to sit down today. This is exactly how I wanted all the students in all the centers, all the teachers in all the centers to sit down. But maybe because of the infrastructure or maybe because of other reasons, it was not exactly possible, but we made an effort. And to get that possible, I gave you some instructions. And those instructions, wherever they were heard clearly, wherever they were understood, wherever they're carried out, helped us not only organize ourselves, but indirectly learn a little English like that Vijay Vada Center has just given me a few sentences that we've used. Now you can speak to the person sitting next to you, right? And you can just try this out. So you can just ask yourself the question, what is this classroom interaction and who interacts with whom? How can classroom interaction can be stimulated? More classroom interaction can be made possible. How can we use English in the class and who speaks to whom in the class? Some 1 or 2 questions you can ask yourselves. Please speak to the person sitting next to you. I'll give you 2 minutes time. The questions are, what is interaction in the classroom? Who interacts with whom? And is there something that teachers can do to promote this interaction within the classroom while you are there? I see many of you just looking at the screen. Perhaps you're not interested in talking to each other. Every one of you can ask the same questions that you see on the screen and get answers from your friend. You need not create questions. The same questions you ask, somebody answers you. Okay, thank you very much. Please stop there. The first question perhaps is not essential because we already know what is classroom interaction. The second question, who interacts with whom in a class? Any center? Please unmute yourself and tell me. What is the kind of interaction that happens in the classroom?
So teacher interacts with the students with a good morning.
Good, wonderful. Thank you so much. Is that all? Does anything else happen in the class?
Students interact with the among themselves.
Thank you very much. That's really wonderful. Students also interact with each other. Good. 2 things. Anything else? A third thing that can happen? You told me 2 things. One, the teacher interacts with the students and the students interact with the teacher. Is that all?
By asking questions, we can stimulate, by giving some activity, we can
Perfect.
make them
Very good.
interact.
Very good. That's again teacher interacting with the students, no? So the same kind of interaction. Very good. Thank you. I think I expected a lot of answers. Okay, let me tell you. Well, now let's see what happened in the last 2-3 minutes. One, I was interacting with you because I was talking to you. Right? You were interacting with me because 2 of you or 3 of you answered my question and you were interacting with me. Then I asked you to talk to each other. When I asked you to talk to each other, students were interacting with students, not with the teacher. Students were interacting with the teacher. Students were interacting with students also. Sometimes a group of students may interact with one student, or one student interacts with a group of students. So between one student and a few students to one student to one student, the whole class with the teacher, teacher with the whole class, teacher with a part of the class, teacher with one student. So many different kinds of interactions are possible in the class. In fact, a class is successful only if we can make it as interactive as the class allows. Most of the problems in the class are inability of the students to participate in the class and inability of students to comprehend what we are teaching them happens because we just give lectures, we make presentations, and we think our job is over. And in some schools and colleges, even teachers dictate some kind of notes and then they help students memorize things, and that's where teachers think their job is over. So if classroom interaction has to happen, if all these kinds of interaction has to happen, there are a few things that we can do to build up our own English language skills and to use the right kind of sentences to give the right instructions in every one of these places. Let's see, okay, these questions we have answered. I'll leave there. Right. So there are lots of pictures there that you can see on the screen. There are also lots of instructions on the right side. So if a teacher gives some instruction, perhaps something happens in the class. We don't have time to discuss each one of them in detail, and we'll see them in a different way later in the other slides. But just see the pictures or just see the text on the right side and see which one matches with this, which instruction, if you give, leads to which response from the students. This might give you a rough idea of what exactly a teacher can do, or if a teacher decides to do something in the class, if a teacher expects something to happen in the class, what kind of instruction needs to be given. So there are thousands of sentences like that that will be helpful to us if we can pick them up. Let's just begin by taking a look at how this interaction is helpful. Some of you may argue or tell me that, sir, we are not English teachers. I have already indirectly answered that question. It is every teacher's responsibility to build English. English teacher, like the physics teacher, also is teaching some lessons there. And English teacher is also helping students pass the examination like you're all doing it. Like the physics teacher helps students pass the physics exam, the English teacher is helping the students to pass the English exam. But when is the student learning English? Should the students learn English only in the English class or in all the classes? Yes or no? Or which is which?
In all the classes, sir. In all the classes.
Thank you very much. Thanks for that answer. So a student must have opportunity to learn English not only in the English class, which is again a limited 40 minutes, but if he has that environment created in all the classes, irrespective of the subject, including arts, social sciences, whatever subject we are teaching. If we create that environment in the class, it will be very easy for the students to pick up the language, the target language. I know we are preparing students for tomorrow, and tomorrow the world needs a lot more English speaking professionals. The globe is becoming one small village. Industries are opening all over and foreigners are coming to us. We are going out of India. I don't need to go into that importance of English language and all that, but we are living in a world where English is essential. English is predominantly used. We are not speaking against a language, but in favor of a language that's going to be the future. That's where our students are going to be tomorrow, right? Most of them, even if you have to work as a Swiggy boy in Hyderabad, you need to know a lot of English. Are we preparing our students for that? So in case we need to prepare them. So there are a few things that we can do. One, we can give good instruction. Instruction is teaching, directly teaching them. So teaching again has its own limitations. If I teach English for 40 minutes, most likely what do I teach? I teach them grammar. I teach them rules. I teach them what's a noun, what's active voice, what's direct speech. In the English class, generally that's what's happening. That's happening because that's an examination question. In the examination, the students are to be evaluated on the basis of their knowledge of synonyms, their knowledge of paraphrasing, their knowledge of comprehension, their knowledge of a few other things. So, because those are the examination points, so we are preparing for them. So the English teacher perhaps has a limited opportunity to create that environment. Instruction is the only thing that's happening there. But does instruction happen, or is it really necessary? The man on the street does not need any instruction. Your mother perhaps never went to a school, or the vegetable vendor that you see on the street never went to a school. They learned their language, whatever language they speak, absolutely perfectly. I think if you understand this one point, I think it will make a lot of sense to it. So the man on the street, your great grandfather, the rickshaw puller, the auto driver, right, or the attender in your college, did not perhaps go to a school or college where he was taught English, Telugu, Hindi, whatever. But he speaks whatever language he speaks absolutely fluently. So without being taught, how did he learn that language? Anyone? He was never taught, but he has picked up language. How has that happened?
Simply by practicing, sir.
That's all. That's all. He practiced it right since he was born. He grew up in an environment where that language was plentifully available, and this gentleman practiced, this woman practiced, and the more they practiced, the more they became comfortable with using that language, and they picked up. Now, should we teach English in the classroom, in the English classroom only to teach students, or will that be effective? Suppose the English teacher teaches English, is that enough, or is that necessary? People can learn English even without a teacher if you create that environment, if they practice. That's exactly what we are going to look at. So instruction is not as much important as the environment that we create in the classroom where English is spoken, practiced, used, etc. And also the opportunities that we give to our students to use English language. Are you all convinced that your use of English in the classroom or the opportunity that you create to your students to use English in the classroom will help them become more proficient in English? Yes or no?
Yes, yes, sir.
Thank you so much. I think only one center is answering. What about the others? Right. Anyway, thank you so much. Right. So, yes. So, all of us play a role. All of us have an important role to play in the classroom, whether we are English teachers or not, to help our students pick up English. What exactly do? We do this, right? So, as soon as we go to the class, we greet our students. Don't we? Do we do that? We all greet our students?
Yes, sir, we do.
Yes, very good. How do you greet your students as soon as you go to the class?
Like sometimes good morning, students, sometimes good morning, class.
Very good.
How are you? Like that, sir.
Good, good. How are you? Good morning. Hello. Right? These are the usual sentences that we construct in a classroom to talk to our students or to begin a class. Greetings. Any other center, maybe any one of you can come to the microphone and tell me, can you think of greeting your students a little more creatively using English? Are there any other ways of greeting your students? Apart from saying good morning, good evening, good afternoon, hello. Can you think of one or two other ways of greeting your students in the morning? What else can you say? No one? I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
How are you, students? What have
How are you, students? That's a good one. Students, how are you? How are you, students? Fine, good. Try some more. Try a few more sentences. Okay, see the screen.
Morning,
Let's just
sir.
take. Yeah.
So how was the day yesterday? Like that, you can interact with the students.
Yes, very much, very much. Thank you. So you can say, how is the day today? How are you today? How has been the day? How was yesterday? These are also ways of interacting. So let's see some other greetings that can help us speak English in the class and also help students pick up English. Let's just begin with this, right? Let's see some 2 or 3 or a few that can help us. Right. So let me move forward. 1 second. Yeah. So these are some ways of interacting with your class right at the beginning before you begin teaching anything. Suppose you are a Telugu teacher, still you can make an effort to begin the class with a few sentences in English so that you are helping your student and preparing the student for tomorrow. Passing the Telugu exam is important, but the student also must be prepared for tomorrow. So for instance, good morning students, good morning everybody, good morning everyone, good morning all of you. So you can vary. The same sentence can be said many different ways. Hello everybody, hello guys, good morning class, good morning students. Instead of that, you can also say good morning class. Good morning class means it's not the class, it's the class of students. So maybe tomorrow when you go to the class, you can experiment with something that you've never tried. If all these days you've been saying just good morning, you can say good morning class, good morning friends, good morning young friends, right? You can try anything. Students, how are you today is as good as good morning. Without saying good morning, you can just say, how are you today? How has been the day? How are things? How are things is another way of saying the same thing. How are things? It's not talking about the things. You're not talking about the table or the chair. You're talking about things. Things means how has been the day? The same meaning. How are things means how is your day? Are you happy today? Right? Is everything going well? You can also talk about the weather. You can begin your class by talking about the weather. Oh, what a lovely day it is. Oh, it has been raining here. It's a warm day. Oh, it's very sultry here. Right? It's a hot day. You can talk about the weather. But today it's very cold here. Today it's very humid, isn't it? You can also add a tag question there. I hope you're all ready for the class. That's how I began today's class, for instance. That's a sentence that I don't know if you noticed it. One of the first sentences that I said today, I think you're all ready for the class. Are you all ready? Please show me your hand. That's what I said. So there are hundreds of different creative ways of beginning your class. Whatever subject you teach again, please practice some of them. If necessary, you rehearse them. If you're not used to say them, maybe you can rehearse them before you go to the class. Tomorrow, I'm going to greet my class like this. I'm not just going to say a dry good morning, which has been said millions of times already by millions of people. I'm going to say slightly different. Hello, friends. It's a warm day today. Are you all ready for the class? Imagine how that will sound. The moment you've said that, the students have already made some kind of an impression in their minds about you. Your confidence level increases. And at the same time, you are giving some good sentences as examples to your students. Will you all try them? I'm sure you will. Right. Let's move on from there. So apart from these greetings, you can also say a few other things at the beginning of your class. What are a few things that you can say? You can see all these. Please sit down. Please sit down, everybody. Hello, please sit down. This is exactly again what I did in the morning today. And I began my class. Hello, I see some people moving about still. Why don't you please sit down? We'll start the class. Take your seat, please. Please take your seats. Please sit down. Different ways. Oh, let's begin the day's lesson. Let's begin today's lesson. It's time to begin. Please stop talking there. I think I see somebody talking there. Please stop talking. Please be quiet. If you're quiet, we can begin the class. Be quiet, be silent, stop talking. Many different ways of asking students to be quiet. I'm waiting for you to be quiet, please. In fact, when in the beginning I said I used some 5 or 6 minutes for all of you to settle down, I used very similar sentences, and maybe some of you thought, oh, why am I giving those instructions to teachers? You're not young students. But actually, I was trying to demonstrate some of these sentences and how difficult it is to get them followed. I'm waiting for you to be quiet. Please settle down. we won't start until everyone is quiet. Is another way of a little, it may sound a little harsh, but you need it sometimes. I am not going to start the lesson unless you're all seated. I am not going, that lesson is not going to start unless everybody is quiet. I'll start the lesson only if everyone is quiet and everyone is listening to me. Settle down, please, so that we can start. I think everything is all right now. Shall we start? We think we can start the class now. These are different ways of starting a lesson. So please raise your hand and ask me questions. In case you have any, you can stop me at any time. Right, move on. Now, the next one, suppose you want to take attendance. Will anybody tell me, how do you take attendance? What do you say in English when you want to take attendance? Any center? Suppose you want to go to the class, you've gone to the class, you've said good morning, and you've drawn their attention. They are all seated now, they are ready for the class. You would like to begin by taking attendance. How do you begin that in English?
Students, now I'm going to take attendance.
Right.
All of you be attentive and respond to your roll call.
Excellent, wonderful. Somebody else? I think somebody wants to speak from Guntur.
Students, alert, attendance, please.
Students, attendance, please. Your attention for attendance, please. Right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Anyone else? Can I hear somebody from Kadapa? How do you draw the attention of your students to attendance? What do you say in English before you take attendance? Is there anyone from Kadapa willing to add a few sentences? I think there's nobody there near the microphone, I think. Any other center also can participate.
Sir, Kadapa woman.
Yeah, yes.
Industry Kadapa, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, we will ask your presence for today's session.
We could not hear you, but thank you anyway. Thank you for the input. Someone else? Somebody from Kakinada? How do you draw the attention of
Attendance, sir. While taking attendance, generally we use students first respond to your attendance. Number one, we begin like this.
Correct. Very good. Thank you so much, all of you. Let me just give you a few more sentences that you can use. Few more. What you said is right, but you can use some more interesting sentences before you take the roll call. So you can say, okay, students, I'm going to take attendance now. Put up your hand. Say yes. Raise your hand. Say hello. Say sir. Yes, madam. You can answer in different ways. So you can say, yes, sir, yes, madam, or here, sir, here, madam. All these are acceptable. You can train them right at the beginning of the year, right at the beginning of the year. What exactly do you like to receive as response from them? You can train them because many of them do not know. In some, I mean, everybody has a different style. Everybody has a different way to approach this issue. That's why you can tell your students how they would like to respond. Suppose somebody is not there. Suppose you said you called out a name and the student has not responded. Nobody said yes. So you can check. Is Sudha absent today? Is she absent? Has she not come? So this one sentence that you can pick up. Is she absent? Is she not here? Has she not come? You might have, if there are any, I don't know if there are any English teachers there participating in this program, but you might have noticed already that all the sentences that we are using here are in the present tense. Right? If you have a little knowledge of English grammar, so whenever we do all these classroom instructions, we use we don't say, was she absent yesterday? Did she not come yesterday? So, did she not come yesterday is a different thing completely. So had she not come today is present tense. Is she not here is present tense. So all these sentences, you must also, at the back of your mind, you must know what tense is used, how the sentences are constructed. That will help you. So is she not here? Had she not come? somebody, suppose a student, suppose you want some student to help you. Whenever you ask this question, you can begin. And right at the beginning of the year, you can, oh, whenever I ask a question like this, any one of you can tell me, yes, she has come. No, she hasn't come. Yes, sir, she is coming. She will be here in 5 minutes. She is absent today. So suppose you give some sentences like that, the students will, maybe you can even write down on the board when the year begins. When the students come for the first year, right, in one of your first classes, you can suggest the kind of responses that you expect from them. And you can teach your students, for instance, that they should ask for your permission when they want to enter the class. May I come in, please? May I come in, madam? Right? May I come in, please? So these are many students might not say that at all because they don't know English. Some students may say that, but say it in the wrong tone. Some of them may wrong construct a bad sentence, or some of them may not use the word please. The students do not use please because they think it's not necessary. They'll just, may I come in? Students just say that. So if you tell them, no, it's not a good sentence. In English language, please is a very, very popular word. Everybody prefers to use words of courtesy, and English culture demands that when you are speaking English, this word is essential. Suppose you train them and teach them like that, automatically they will pick that up. Instead of saying, may I come in, please? Some small change, that's all. You're training your students. And the teacher can say, come in or come in, please, whichever you are comfortable with. And you can also tell students, if they come late, they must say, sorry, sir, I'm late. Sorry, madam, I'm late. I'm late, sir. I'm sorry, sir. Excuse me, sir. Please, sir. You can, all these sentences help you become a better teacher of English, though you are not paid to teach English, right? Your job is different. Let me just quickly go on to ask you a question. Suppose you ask this question in the class, turn to page 4. What does that mean? Does it mean turn the page 4 times or turn around 4 times, right? Open the book to page 4 or turn the book 4 times. Which is the correct answer? Anyone?
Open the book to the page number 4.
Thank you. You're all very quick, wonderful, bright, very bright. Good. So open the page 2. See the preposition there. We usually say open the page on. We don't say that in English. Open the book to page 4. Open the book to page 4. To page 4 means we are going there, right? We're going to page 4. So there are lots of other similar sentences that you use during the class. What are the other sentences? They are like this. Let's quickly review the last lesson. Yesterday, we finished paragraph 1, and I'm sure you followed that. Shall we review the lesson? Shall we review the first part? Shall we review what we did yesterday? So let's quickly review. Shall we review? I mean, these are some sentences that can take you to the previous lesson and review that. Again, this sentence is the present tense, remember. Take out your open textbook. Open your textbook. Both mean the same thing. Take out means open. Take out your book. Open your book. Turn to page 27. Turn to page 27. Come to line 14. Let's start at line 14. Come to line 14 means it's not physical coming, but I mean, looking at, drawing attention to line 14. Look at that or pay attention to the board. Okay, I'm writing something here. I've already written something here. Pay your attention here. Please look here, all of you. Okay, stop talking to each other or maybe stop working on that project. Stop writing now. Look at the board. Look at the board. Look at the board. Don't say look the board. See the board. See the board. Look at the board. See is not followed by a preposition. Look is followed by a preposition. Look at the board. Don't say look the board. Look the board is a wrong sentence, a bad sentence. Okay? Look at the board or pay attention to the board. Pay attention. Pay attention to the board. 2. Come to the board. Suppose you want to invite a student to come to the board so that you can ask them to write on the board or you can ask them to discuss something. You're asking them to come closer to the board, whatever. So you can say, come to the board. Come to the board means come to the stage, come to the days, come wherever you are. Write this down in your notebook. Write this down. Another way of saying that is jot down some notes. Take notes of this. Note it down. All these mean the same thing, but you are using different structures, different ways of saying the same. Write this down in your notebook. Okay, there are 4 points mentioned here. 4 points listed here on the board. Please note them down. Please write them down. Please jot them. Please make notes of them. Right? So please make a list of them. These are various ways you can respond to the class. So there is a question here. If a student doesn't understand what the teacher says, what should the student say? Understand the context. You said something, but the student did not understand what you said. So now you are going to train your students to ask the right question. What should you say? So the student can say, what did you say? The student also can say, repeat. The student can say, let's just ignore it. Or you can say, the student can say, please say it again. Which is the right answer for a student?
Please say it again.
That's wonderful. Why the fourth one is, the first one is not wrong. No, what did you say is not wrong? No? Why did you choose the fourth one?
It's okay. Nothing wrong with that, but it's not appropriate, I feel.
May I know who is it that's speaking?
Yes, Dr. K. Navina from SRR, Vijayawada, sir.
What
Vijayawada
subject do
NRC.
you teach, Navina?
Yes, sir. Vijayawada.
Vijayawada. What subject do you teach, Navina?
Commerce, sir. Commerce.
Lovely, lovely. I think 100 marks to you.
Thank you.
Think that's great because I think you are a commerce teacher, but still your English is very good. So this is exactly what we want. Irrespective of the subject that we teach, our English, our command over English, the kind of sentences that we construct in the class must be really good. They must sound good, they must be structured well, and they must be appropriate. So what do we say? The student can say anything, all those are grammatical sentences, but still, if the students are taught to use, please, excuse me, will you please repeat that? Do you mind saying that again? Excuse me, madam, I have a question. So if you teach these sentences to your students, the English teacher does that, but we all can do that. So these are very important structures that you can learn from the context and also teach them. So here are a few sentences. Do you understand? Raise your hand if you don't understand. The teacher can say, raise your hand if you don't understand. Again, I see many teachers making a mistake in that sentence. Raise your hand if you did not understand. I mean, it makes no sense because you're not making a sentence in the past, you're talking about the present. Of course, you can say, if you did not understand what I taught you yesterday, raise your hand. That's past tense. When you mention time and all that, that becomes grammatical. But now this sentence, raise your hand if you don't understand. Or you can even say, raise your hand if you have not understood. Classroom conversation can typically be the present simple tense and the present perfect tense. Two tenses are the most ideal. If you don't understand, is present simple tense. If you haven't understood, is the, I think it should be, there is a mistake here. I think if you don't, this sentence should be don't understand. So raise your hand if you don't understand or if you haven't understood. Right. Now, any questions? Do you have any questions, students? You can say, do you have? Or even without do you have also, you can say, have any questions? Do you have any questions? Are there any questions? Do you like to ask any questions? Any questions, please? All these are possible. Let me ask you a few questions. Okay, I'm going to ask you a few questions. Here are some questions. Be ready for some questions. Are you ready for some questions? Does anyone know the answer? Suppose you ask the question and immediately there is no response. You can say, does anybody know the answer? Who knows the answer? Who would like to answer this question? Would anybody like to answer this question? Please raise your hand. Oh, that's okay. But I could not hear you. Try again. Say it again. Say it louder. These are all instructions that can be used in the classroom when you are interacting with students, when they're asking you questions and you are asking them questions. Oh, that's a one-word answer. Why don't you make it a full sentence? Instead of saying yes, no, yeah. I mean, instead of giving single word responses, you can make a complete sentence. Why don't you do that? Try making a complete sentence. You can say that. Right? Okay. Now, we are going on to something again. I told you already, I have a little problem with the system. Yeah, so this is a classroom management. What are a few sentences that we can use when we organize activities inside our class? I think many of you organize group work, pair work, discussion, classroom discussion. Maybe you play a game in the class. Maybe you have an activity for them. Sometimes you assign a project to them. Sometimes you may take your students out of the class. Lots of things happen in the class. And all that is interaction. All this interaction can happen in English, or ideally should happen in English. In fact, I should congratulate your chief minister, should congratulate your commissioner, should congratulate all the government bureaucrats and officials who have introduced this English as a compulsory language at all levels. I think that's a very brilliant decision, because we are preparing our students for tomorrow, not for today. So in case they have to be prepared for tomorrow, they need to have good command over English language. And that has to happen, that can happen only if all of us work together to build that. Right, so what are a few sentences here? So in case you want to work in groups, you can say work in groups, form groups, make groups, all these are correct. Make groups or form groups, right? And turn your desks around, turn your chairs around, talk to each other, form a quick circle, make a circle. Then use the body language and also use the right sentences. Sit back to back. I don't know if you ever did this in class. In language classes, it's an excellent tool, especially when you are teaching them reading, when you are teaching them listening. I think it's an excellent activity. So students are asked to sit back to back. I sit like this and I have students back to me. So we shout to each other so that we can listen to each other and we can make notes from what we hear. Or maybe I ask a question and somebody answers. So let's improve listening skills. I think you can try this even in other subjects also. Sometimes, suppose you are a physics teacher, after you've taught a part of the lesson, for instance. So you can ask them to sit back to back, and one asks the questions, one gives the answers. And the other one, after that, sometimes the second one asks the questions, the first one gives the answers. You are practicing your language, you are practicing your subject, and you are benefiting both of them, right? So I think some small activities like that make your classes interactive and more productive. Try them. So what are the language structures that you need? So to get that done, you must know how to say that. So if you ask them to sit back to back, sit back to back. So if you know that sentence, you can give that instruction. Right? Sit back to back and work together, work in pairs, work in groups, sit in a circle, sit in a rectangle, sit in a square, whatever, any other shape. Work together with your friend, find a partner. I think, I don't know if you heard me clearly. I gave you this instruction in the beginning of the class today. So find a partner for yourself. Don't sit alone. I don't want to see anybody sitting alone. Find a companion. Right? Ask somebody to come and sit with you. These are some instructions that I gave today just to demonstrate that how these instructions are given. Or there are too many in this group. I think there are 10 people here. Why don't you form into 2 groups of 5 each, like that? Can you join some other group? Please go and sit down there, join them. Work individually, not in a pair, not in a group. Work by yourself. Stand up and find another partner. Or ask yourself, interview somebody else, talk to somebody else. You have spoken to this gentleman, now finish and then go to somebody else. So if you have spoken to 5 people already, come back and sit in your place. Suppose I am a history teacher, I have finished my history class, or I have finished one part of the history lesson. What do? I write 5 questions on the board. And I ask everybody to write down the 5 questions in the notebook. And I tell them, okay, all of you get up from the places, go around the class, talk to at least 5 different people, ask each one of these questions, and whatever answer they give you, check whether the answer is correct. If they don't give you the correct answer, you give the correct answer. If the answers are not written on the board, or if they are already written, you can just practice conversation. So the students will get up and then they go around, that physical energy will be a little higher, participation will be a little higher. They're practicing a few sentences because they're asking this question. When did that war happen? They're asking a sentence. They're making a sentence. They're asking a question. What happened in the year? Right? They are saying another sentence again. So you are helping students practice English language while you are practicing your subject also. Right? This is a very intelligent way of helping your students pick up language while you are doing your own job. Here is a question for you. When you say, are you with me? What exactly do you mean? The possible answers are, have you understood me? The second possibility is, are you walking behind me? Are you following me? The third one, are you interested in the topic? The fourth possible answer, do you live in the same area? Are you with me? What's the correct answer?
Have you understood me, sir?
Thank you. Thank you so much. So there are actually, I mean, the word following can have many meanings. When somebody is walking behind you, you can say he's following. Please, when you are walking and somebody is coming behind you, please follow me means they have to walk behind you. But in the classroom situation, unless you are playing a game or unless there is an activity where the students and the teachers are walking together, it does not mean walking behind. Right? It is understanding, comprehending. So are you with me? Suppose you ask this question, are you with me? How many of you are with me? Raise your hand. Show me, raise your hand if you have understood what I've said. Right? So this simple instruction keeps them active, keeps them involved, and helps them learn a sentence without voluntary effort, without conscious effort. They are learning the sentence even without trying to learn English. Right? I mean, in a non-English environment, also we have created a situation where students can pick up good English sentences. Are you following me? Do you follow me? I just told you the sentences can be the present tense only. You can say, are you following me? Do you follow me? Have you followed me? All these three are in the present tense. You cannot say, I've heard some teachers, unfortunately, some teachers say, did you follow me? Did you follow me is a bad sentence or a wrong sentence rather. Did you follow me is not possible when you're talking about today. Did is past tense. Did does not refer to today. Did you follow me yesterday? Suppose you add that word yesterday, then only the sentence becomes grammatical. Without that word yesterday, the sentence is wrong. Unless the time mentioned is past, you cannot make a sentence did. Begin with did. So you can say, do you follow me? Have you followed me? Are you following me? Again, are you able to follow me? Is that clear? Have I made it clear to you? Right? These are various ways you can check comprehension of the students. So you can occasionally, every 2-3 minutes, you can ask one of these questions. Advantage is you are not only really checking whether they have comprehended something or not, but you are also keeping them awake. Students always pay greater attention to you if you have some questions in between, even if you don't wait for answers after you ask questions. I ask a question, I don't wait for the answer, but still their attention will be high. So make it a habit now, from today onwards, to just say sentences like, are you with me? Hello, are you all with me? Have you understood what I've said? Are you following me? So some sentences like this will keep students awake. The moment a sentence sounds like a question, a sleeping student awakes because he thinks that there is a question there. The tone, the questioning tone automatically wakes them up. Right? So this is one sentence that you can try. What are a few other sentences in similar context that you can use? Are you with me? Do you follow me? Is that clear? Do you get it? Do you understand? All these 4 or 5 different ways mean the same thing, but you can try different ways. Suppose a student wants to ask a question or he has not followed, you would like to say that he has not followed it. You train your students to say this. I don't understand it. I don't get it, madam. Get it also means understand. I don't get it, madam. Sorry, madam, I have not understood it. Sorry, sir, I have not followed you. Sorry, sir, I don't get it. I don't understand it. So if you train your students, they'll use it. Please say it again, sir. Could you repeat that, sir? Could you repeat that, madam? Could you repeat that, please? Could you is a very, very courteous way of asking for some favor from somebody. Could instead of can. If you tell your students that you can begin your sentence with could whenever you are making a request, I think that makes a lot of sense. Say it again, please. Sir, do you mind saying that again? I didn't catch it, sir. I don't get that part of it, sir. I need your help, sir. I need more time, sir. I didn't hear what you said, sir. I couldn't hear what you said, sir. Could you please speak slowly? Could you speak more slowly? All these sentences help you converse in the class and have some kind of interaction. Suppose your students don't understand something. what can they ask you? Can you speak more slowly, please? How do we spell it, madam? Could you repeat that? Could you repeat that, please? Excuse me, what does it mean, Telugu? So there are 4 possible answers given to you. Which do you think is the correct? Anyone? Can I have somebody from Pile to answer?
All are
that
correct.
question? Sorry?
Yes, sir. All are correct.
Guntur says all are correct. Anybody from Pile? Would any teacher from Pile like to answer that question? There are 4 possible answers given on the screen. Which is the correct? Guntur said all are correct. I think somebody in Anantapur is trying to speak.
Sir, NRC Anantapur, sir.
Right.
Could you repeat that, please, sir?
What about the other 3? See, the context is the student does not understand something.
My answer is, could you repeat that, please, sir?
Okay.
All are correct, sir. All are correct.
Very good. Very good. Thank you so much. So, because 2 centers have said that all sentences are correct, I am also with you. All sentences are correct. Maybe depending on the degree of courtesy, depending on a few other factors, you can choose whichever you want. But all sentences are correct for the student. So you can train, you can give options to your students. So whenever you don't understand something that I tell
Basing on the
you,
context.
correct, correct. You're right. Right. Yes, please. Is there somebody speaking? Does anyone else like to answer that question? No. Yeah. So all 4 are correct.
Basing on the context, all are correct, sir.
Correct. You are right. You are right. Thank you very much once again. So you can teach your students all the 4 possibilities. So you can give them an option. So you use whichever you are comfortable with. And instead of giving one structure and making it compulsory for every student, say only this way. Luckily, language always allows a lot of creativity. Language always allows a lot of diversity. No 2 sentences need be exactly alike. In fact, every day we are creating lots of new sentences. I mean, possibility for constructing new sentences does not end in any language. Maybe the sentence that I am making now has never been made by anybody anywhere in the past. So language allows that creative. So you can give a lot of options to your students and tell them that they can use any one of them. But the student must say that in English. So whenever you do not follow something, please raise your hand and say any one of these sentences. Do you mind repeating it, madam? Would you mind saying it again? Could you say that once again? I have not followed it. Please repeat it. Please speak little slower. How do you spell that word? How is that said in Telugu? What is the Telugu word for that? What is the Telugu equivalent for that? Or what is the English word for that? How do we say it in our language? So all these possibilities, if they know, it becomes very easy for them to interact with you. Right. So there are a few other possibilities. Before you begin the class, you can try any of these sentences. The bell hasn't gone yet. We still have, before you close the class. Yes, still have a couple of minutes left. Right, the class doesn't finish till 4:05. 4:05 means 5 o'clock, 5 minutes. We seem to have finished early. Sit quietly until the bell goes. Hang on. Hold on for a moment. Don't leave. Don't stand up. Don't get up. Just a moment, please. Pay your attention. Oh, we've run out of time. We don't have any time now. We'll discuss that tomorrow. We'll do the rest of the class tomorrow. We'll rest of this chapter next time. One more thing before you go. Please pay attention to me. The class is not over yet. We have one more thing to discuss. I have one more thing to tell you. Please pay your attention. These are various ways you can draw your students' attention. I think most of you use these sentences, but maybe quite a lot of you perhaps use these sentences in the mother tongue. Now you're switching over to English. Even by any chance, if you teach your subject in any other language, the instructions can be English, because these instructions are going to be extremely useful outside. The physics somebody learns may not be really helpful unless he takes up a job in the physics department, but the English instructions that you give are going to be extremely helpful. The courtesy that we teach them, the way we ask a question is taught to a student. I think these are going to be, whatever subject teachers we are, I think these are going to be extremely useful to the students outside the class. Right? Pay attention to them. Some more. Have you finished? Oh, I have given you some project. I have given you a few questions. Have you all finished? Have you all worked on them? Are you all ready for the? Are you all ready with the answers? Now let's check the answers. Okay, who would like to answer question 1? Who is willing to give answer to that question? Right. Tomorrow we'll study lesson number 6. We have finished lesson 5 today. Tomorrow let's study, or we will study. Both are correct. Tomorrow is future. So when we are talking about future, we can make a sentence with will. We will study. We apostrophe ML stands for will. We'll study lesson 6 tomorrow. Let's begin chapter 6 tomorrow. Let's move on to chapter 6 tomorrow. Right? We have finished chapter 5 and we will move on to chapter 6 in the next class. Anyways, there is no homework for today. Suppose you do no homework, you can make a sentence like this. For homework, please do this exercise. Suppose you have some homework. Please do this exercise. Answer this question. Today's homework is read pages so and so. All these again are sentences that you can use in the classroom. I have a question for you, one more quiz question. If you say, that's all for today, what does it mean? Does it mean it's the end of the day? Or it's the end of the class? Or I'm leaving? Or does it mean many things have been taught already and then we've come to the end of it? What's the correct answer to that? That's all for today.
The class ends now. B, answer.
Excellent. Yeah. The class ends now is the answer. That's all for today does not refer to today. It's not the end of today, it's the end of the class. Look at the structure. That's all for today. It's not the end of today, end for today. So when you make a sentence like this, you mean that the class ends here, today has not ended, and maybe they have another class now or the end of the day, whatever, and then whatever happens next after the class happens. Use the sentence carefully and to mean the right thing that you intend, right? So there's the bell. There's the bell means you're not pointing to the physical bell that's there. There's the bell means it's time up. Time is over. We'll have to stop here. We will stop here. Let's stop now. That's all for today. Oh, I'm afraid we need to finish now. It's time to finish now. There's just 2 minutes left. Let's close the class now. So let's hurry up. The lesson is over for today. Goodbye, class. Enjoy your day. See you again on Friday. See you next week. These are all sentences that can be used in the class towards the end of the class before you are closing, right? Before you are leaving, right? Now I'm coming to something important. There are 5 sentences that you see in the class. Each center can take up 1 sentence and tell me what is the sentence right or wrong? If it's wrong, what's the correct answer? The first question is make your homework. Which center would like to answer that? I think somebody's walking already. Kadapa, is it Kadapa? Sorry? Yeah, do your homework. Make your homework is a wrong sentence. Do your homework is the right sentence. Does anybody know why? Is there any English teacher there? Or any non-English teacher also can tell me what's the mistake there? Why is make your homework wrong? Does anybody know? Have you heard of something called collocations? C-O-L-L-O-C-A-T-I-O-N-S. Collocations are words that go together. Collocations are words that are friendly words. Some words go together, some words don't go together. Some words make friends with others, some words don't make friends with each other. This need not be taught. It comes by practice. The more English we speak, the more comfortable we are. So we make a few things, we do a few things. So we don't do what we make and we don't make what we do. So we do homework, we make a telephone call, we don't do a telephone call. For instance, if somebody says, oh, please do a telephone call, the sentence is wrong. We make a call, we make a contact, we make a connection, we make a roti, we make curry, we don't do curry. So make agrees with some verbs, do agrees with some other verbs. That's called collocation. So you must be very comfortable with them. So because I've written this sentence there on the screen because I've heard many teachers do this mistake. They have made such a mistake because they say, do this work, do this. And instead of saying, finish your homework, do your homework. And if you use this sentence in the class, make your homework. I want every one of you to make the homework. So we are, giving this bad example to our students. Right. The second one, sit on your chair. This is not a very difficult one. Who will answer that? An easy one. The second sentence. How do you correct that? Would anyone like to answer that question?
Sit in your chair, sir.
Sit in your chair. In. So in is the preposition that goes with the chair. On is a preposition that goes with the table. We sit on the table, don't sit in the table, but we sit in the chair, not on the chair. Unless, of course, you are really physically sitting on the chair. Sometimes it's physically possible, but in a classroom situation, sit in the chair. So sit in the chair. I've heard many teachers say that, sit on the chair. Not correct. So sit in the chair. Right. Open book on page 24. Quite often, I think I already mentioned it in one of the previous slides. Open the book on page 27. Many of us do this, I think.
At page 27, sir. At page 27.
Right. Or two. Open the book to page 27. Open the book at page 27 is better. And open the book to page 27 is the best. Right? Open book on page 27. It sounds good to us in India, but it's not a very good English sentence. So we make this mistake, many of us. Let's stop that. Suppose your students have made some posters or something that needs to be displayed. So can you say, hang them up? We say that. So all of you have made posters, please hang them up. Though the sentence is not ungrammatical, the better sentence is, I think you can always say something better. Hang them on the wall. Hang, actually, the word hang has two meanings. One is to hang something, to hang a person. The past tense form of hang is different. So a person is hanged to death. A thing is hung on the wall. So things are hung and people are hanged. So there is a lot of difference between the two. The meaning also is different. So when you're asking the students to hang something up on the wall, so to be clear, though the sentence that's there is not wrong, so you can make it a little more easier for your students and also more clear by just asking them, okay, all of you who have made the posters, please bring them here, hang them up on the wall. That makes a little more sense. And the last one is a very frequently made mistake by many teachers. Sometimes, unfortunately, even language teachers. That's why I think you must be careful with that. We don't say, listen me.
Listen to me.
Listen to me. There are two kinds of verbs in English language. Some are called transitive and some are called intransitive. Intransitive verbs take a preposition after them. So listen is intransitive. So we cannot say the sentence, listen me is wrong. You must say, listen to me. Please listen to me. Please stop talking and start listening to me. I have something to tell you. Listen to me. When you are speaking, I am listening to you. And when I am speaking, you must listen to me. Will you all listen to me? So listen is always, wherever you find that word listen, you have a preposition after that. But instead of listening, suppose you use the word hear. Do you hear me? We don't say hear to me. Do you hear me? Can you hear me? Are you all hearing me? So in all this sentence, after here, there is no preposition. But after the word listen, Similarly, look at me is wrong. Look at me is correct. See me is correct. See at me is wrong. I don't want to make it a grammar class. I'm not teaching you grammar, but I'm just telling you how our instructions can often be slightly wrong, and that's why I think we give the wrong examples to our students. So let's not do that in case we make mistakes like this. There are quite a lot of other instructions, a whole long list of them. You can practice them in case I'll share the slideshow with you, or I'll tell you where the slideshow is, and you can use, what else? Tidy your desk, use a red pen, etc., how we give instructions to them. And another list of them, all these are useful to you to interact within a class. There is a third slide with lots of instructions, right? Some useful expressions that you can use. I think I would like you to spend some time during the first week after the colleges have reopened, when the first year students are with you, whether you're teaching BA, BCom, BSc, whatever, right? During the first few days, one of the classes can be dedicated to teach this kind of language to your students. So you can tell students, so whenever you have a question, begin the question with, may I ask you, sir? May I ask you a question? May I ask you this? May I ask you the meaning of this? So I have a question, some such sentences. You train them, and you can use not one, but maybe a few sentences. How your student should ask you questions. Sir, how do you spell that? I know because I taught in government for more than 36 years and retired some 13 years ago. And naturally, I have had lots of instances when students did not know the spelling of a word, but they did not ask me because they did not know how to make the sentence. They wanted to ask a question, they had it out, but they did not ask me because they did not know how to structure that sentence. How do you spell that word? Or how is that word spelled? One is active voice, one is passive voice. How do you spell that? How is that spelled? Right? So if a student does not know how to make that sentence, the doubt remains a doubt. The student does not ask the question. Suppose the student knows that sentence, he will raise it. Sir, how do you spell that word? What's the spelling of that word? What's the pronunciation of that word? What's the meaning of that word? What's the context in which this word is used? Like that. What does that word mean? What's the meaning? What's the meaning in Telugu? What's the meaning in some other language? What do you say? How do you say that in some other language? Can you give an example? I mean, some sentences, not exactly the sentences that you see on the screen. You can identify the kind of sentences that your students need, the kind of students that you use in your class, and make a list of them. Maybe if your college permits, you can even make a handout, a sheet, a worksheet for them, and then you can give them in the beginning. And maybe you can spend one whole class in training your students in this. Once they're comfortable using simple sentences like this, I think your class becomes a little more interactive. That's one advantage. The second advantage is these are the real sentences that they are going to use outside the classroom. Active, passive voice, direct, indirect speech, perhaps they do not need outside. That's only to help them pass the examination. But these are the real sentences outside. They will certainly need, may I ask you a question? Excuse me. What's the meaning of this word? So these are the sentences that we'll need. That's why if you help them pick these up, I think it will be greatly helpful to them. Finally, before I close and invite some questions from you, so this is my email address, lionnagaraju@gmail.com. In case you have any questions about today's class, you can feel free to write to me. And also the slideshow that you've just seen is available to you in case you want to revisit it. If you want some of these slides, slideshare.net, Lion Nagaraju. You can go here and see that slideshow. And similarly, some of my lessons are on YouTube, and you can visit that also. Thank you so much. Now I invite your questions in case you have any, and feel free to demonstrate that you picked up a few sentences. You can just show me your comfort, your proficiency with the kind of instructions for the classroom that I've given you. Try some of the sentences that I have given you. Open to all.
Sir Nagaraju, sir, I would like to share something. Yes, namaste, sir.
Namaste.
Yeah, with the introduction of compulsory English medium instruction, it is our responsibility to create an encouraging and supportive environment for the students to learn English or to speak in English, because in this globalized world, it is essential for every student to be fluent in English to get a good employment opportunities, and moreover, it will boost their confidence also. So that is the main thing. And as teachers, we all know pretty well how to manage the class. But after this session, we also learned how to manage the class in English. So this is going to help us in a very big way, sir. I must tell you that. And it is clearly visible, you enjoy a lot, I think, by we could see very clearly that you enjoy a lot teaching us or presenting this session. So we also enjoyed this session really a lot, sir. And thank you so much for your wonderful session, sir.
Thank you so much for that wonderful feedback. I'm very happy. You have hit the nail on its head directly. So that's exactly the point. So every teacher has this responsibility to teach English in the class directly or indirectly. So we are building a future here in the classroom. That future demands English. And I'm sure every student that's there in your classroom today, tomorrow is going to take up some job where a little English is necessary. I don't think that's the responsibility of one teacher in your college. It's every one of us. And for that, we need a lot of English. Kuchara, and suppose we start saying, please sit down. So the word, the moment you have translated that into English, so you have started using that word please. In Telugu, perhaps, dayachesi kuchondi, we don't say that. So in Telugu, perhaps that courtesy is not a part of our culture. Perhaps it's not necessary. But in English, it's not. Please sit down. Sit down, please. Will you all please sit down? So the moment we have started using sentences like that, we are indirectly and subconsciously trying to help our students to pick up those sentences. Thank you very much for saying that.
Thank you,
Yes,
sir.
I really enjoy doing sessions like this. I'm very happy wherever I am with teachers.
Yes, because it is clearly visible, sir. By watching you, it's visible. That's why I mentioned that.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir, it's really wonderful session with the. Yes, sir. Carry on, sir. Anantapur, carry on, please.
I would like to have some questions.
Namaste, sir. Sir, initially you told us that to balance as a subject teacher as well as the language teacher, initially it is difficult, but you enlightened us in a different aspects in the classroom continuously. Is there any other tools available to cope up this problem, sir?
The easiest tool is creating an. I think I showed you one slide where I tried to draw a distinction between instruction, environment, right, motivation, and use. I used 4 words on that slide. Right, the 4 words suggest that use and environment are much more important than the instruction that we generally give. So I told you already, instruction is somebody else's job. I'm not teaching them grammar. I'm not teaching them English language. I'm indirectly creating an environment where I am using more English and I expect my students to pick up that. That's all every teacher can do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. One or two more questions?
Queries from any NRC?
Maybe because you do not have questions, any one of you can come to the front of the class and start a class. Suppose you want to start a class tomorrow morning. How will you start the class? I would like you to demonstrate to me. What are a few things that you can say before you begin the class? You can start by saying, hello class, and go on. Who will do that?
Sir, NRC Kadapa. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, very much.
Hello, students. How are you all?
Do you mind turning to the participants? Turn that side.
Hello students, how are you all? Let us start today's class on solar energy with live example. Okay? Okay, sir.
Thank you so much. Very, very good. I think there was a little problem with the audio. I could not hear you very clearly, but I think you did a great job. Thank you so much. I think if you all begin practicing, you will be absolutely thorough with those instructions very soon. They're not difficult to pick up. Anybody else? Okay. Would anybody like to close the class? Anyone, please come to the front of the class and close the class. What do you say?
So for ending the class, that's all for today. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, please.
That's all for today.
Thank you so much. That's all for today. Beautiful sentence. That's a lovely sentence. That's all for today. Here we close. We come to the end of the session.
And we can add also, sir, see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you today. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, that's the end of the class. We come to the end of the class. This is where we finish, right? That's all for today. Let's meet again tomorrow. Let's see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. So many different ways, right? So, I mean, use a variety of sentences and make your sentences, make your classes much more productive. So, shall we all stop there? Shall we close the class?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Shall we call it a day?
Yes, sir.
Good, good, good. Are there any closing formalities or can I leave now? Can I?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. It's very interactive session. Outstanding session, I should say, with practical examples. I would like to call NRC Rajamandri to summarize the session and propose vote of thanks.
Yes, ma'am. This is Vijay Shanti from NRC Rajahmundry. And I'm privileged to propose the vote of thanks. Before propose the vote of thanks, I would like to give some feedback on this session. Sir, thanks for enriching our knowledge on classroom management, how to begin a class, how to end a class, what are the common errors in English related to the classroom management, and useful English for students. And also, we have learned where we have to use an appropriate sentence in classroom and its right expression. I personally feel that today's class is a language system for classroom management. So, if we refer this talk, we can able to effectively manage our classroom. And finally, I would like to thank you for effective and interactive talk, which has enriched our knowledge in terms of classroom management. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Once again, thank you so much, sir, for accepting our invitation and sparing your valuable time. Let's end the session. Again, we'll meet by 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Yeah, I can understand, madam, but can you dispute any serious person?
Once again, welcome back to the post-lunch session of day 3. We request all the NRCs to switch on your videos, please. NRC Rajamindri, are you ready? Okay. I hope already ma'am reached to SRR, Vijayawada. Yes, sir. Is it right, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am is waiting actually.
Yeah. Okay. So we can see at Anantapur very few participants, and also at Nellore, even at Kadapa, very less participants are there. I request program coordinators to reassemble all the participants. Even Srikalahasti also very less participants. We welcome this session resource person, Rosaline ma'am, to the post-lunch session. I request NRC Rajamindri to introduce Rosaline ma'am to the participants.
Hello.
Yeah, yes ma'am, you are audible.
Myself, Dr. Kumari, NRC Rajamindri. A very good afternoon, madam, and all colleagues. The resource person for this session is A. Rosalie madam. I am very delighted to introduce Srimati A. Rosalie madam. Rosalie, is a senior lecturer in English with 24 years of teaching
I'm
experience.
sorry for intervening. Please keep a little closer.
Madam?
Your audio is very low. Please keep a little closer mic. Mic.
Okay, madam. Okay, madam. Rosalie Amarlam is a senior lecturer in English with 24 years of teaching experience and PLF trainer certified by the Union State Department and the Commissioner of Qualified Education. She is at present working at SR and CR Government Degree College, Autonomous, Vijayawada. She has C1 bullets certification from the Cambridge University, certifying her as a professional English speaker. Srimati Rosalie madam has administrative experience and worked in the academic cell, Office of Qualified Education as an academic officer and handled JKC ELF Women Empowerment and Monetary Leads. She was also awarded the Best Teen Award by Qualified Education for the academic year 2011-2012. Communicative language teaching and student-centered teaching are her strong areas. She conducted workshops orientation and introduction programs for college lecturers, politics lecturers, mathematics lecturers, education mentors, students, and medicals. In today's session, Srimati Rosemary Madam will talk about English as medium of instruction and student-centered methodology. I welcome you, Madam. Hello.
Can you
Yes,
just
ma'am,
click
you are
on
audible. Okay, thank you, madam.
Yeah, Dr. Sailaja, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, it's clear.
Yeah. Thank you, madam, for that introduction. I'll start my session. On behalf, I thank the Commissioner of Collegiate Education and the coordinators for this training program, Dr. Anil and Dr. Sailaja, for giving me an opportunity to take this session on student-centered teaching methodologies. So let me straight away go to the session. So I will be talking why it is very important to make our classes student-centered. Why our students should speak more in the class. Why the STT, that is student talk time, should be more than teachers talk time in the class. So I will be talking about and showing you some strategies on how to involve and ensure that students participate more in the activities. At the same time, they enhance the knowledge in the related subjects, right? So since I'm one of you, I'm in the field like you, so I know how our classrooms are, what kind of students we get. So based on the level of students, we have devised some strategies. Of course, we have taken some strategies from other trainers, customized it, and we will use it in our classes. Now, what is this EMI? Recently, we hear this term EMI, English as a medium of instruction in schools and now in colleges and, of course, universities. Now, if you want to define EMI, it is using English as a tool of instruction in countries where English is not the official language for students who don't speak English as the first language. So they speak their mother tongue. So in these countries, in these schools and colleges, we have to use English to teach our subjects. Now, if you look at this article, English as a medium of instruction, a growing global phenomenon. This was a research article written by Julie Dearden, and this was conducted by EMI Oxford. And the data was collected between October 2013 and 2014. Now, there is interesting evidence. They conducted a survey on 55 countries, and India is one of them. And what they found is, if you look at the first chart, the figure shows that if you look at how EMI is at present in the sense for them, it was in 2013, between 2013 and 2014. So I'll go back. Oh. So when you read this article, you come across an interesting research evidence. They conducted a survey on 55 countries. And when they interviewed the respondents, the comments they made was, it is seen that 38.2% were in favor of EMI, that using English as a medium of instruction in some of these countries, 55 countries. So it was in 2013 and 14, and down the lane, after 10 years, if you look at the future, The general trend now in future, that is after 10 years, that is 2024, the 38.2% has come to 67%. So there is a gradual increase in the percentage of EMI. Now, if you look at the first figure, 50.9% controversial, it doesn't mean that they're against EMI. It means that they support EMI, but a little confused and little worried about the effect of English on the local culture and the local languages. So that is why they want to support it. At the same time, they stay away from supporting it. So here, but in future, yeah, Sunil. So if you look at the two charts, you can say that there is a rapid increase in the use of English as an instrument of instruction in colleges and of course in universities. Now, if we look at the some of the respondents, how they feel. First, let's take India. How did they respond? So demand for EMI is on increase, particularly at the school level, in order to access opportunities. It is known that when you read that article, 40 pages article, it's very interesting. The parents are more in favor of EMI. They demand that English be used in the classrooms. Why? Because they feel that once their daughters and sons start speaking in English, they'll have access to better future career opportunities. That is the main objective of parents. So gradually more and more parents in these countries are demanding that English be introduced as a tool of instruction. If you look at Bahrain, then Mauritius, I think public opinion is in favor of keeping EMI. They want to retain it. If you look at Spain, public opinion is demanding EMI, especially in primary and secondary education. Why? Because they feel that English is considered as a fundamental skill crucial for mobility and employability. And though it is not though it is just a foreign language, learning this language will give them a lot of opportunities, will open the doors to the global job market. If you look at Bahrain, there is an initiative from the Bahrain Development Board, and they wanted to improve English through three initiatives. What is first one? They established a Bahrain Teachers College where all courses are in English. Then they want to establish a technical college with EMI to feed the workforce with skilled Bahrainis, so that these skilled workforce can go to other countries and work. Then they want to establish the national examination unit to assess the outcome of teaching English at the end of every cycle, primary, intermediate, and secondary. So if you look at Taiwan in higher education, EMI is welcome more broadly. So there is always a controversy in all these countries, but slowly the demand for EMI is increasing. So that is why if you look at our government of Andhra Pradesh and CCE insist on English as a medium of instruction, with the rationale behind this being that when you teach in English, two things happen. The student will have a command over his core subject, will develop a better knowledge of his subject. That is one advantage. And the second one, what happens is he will develop language proficiency in a universal language. We are not against our mother tongue. But if we have a command over this English language, we will go, if you look at the learning resources, they are in English. If you look at the textbooks, they are written in English. If you look at research publications, they are in English. Now, if the student doesn't know how to speak and how to explore these learning resources, how will he develop? How will he enhance his knowledge? So that is why the government of Andhra Pradesh and our commissionerate thought it is compulsory to start implementing this initiative in colleges. Then students also gain access to international education programs. Students from other universities and other countries, if we use English here, from other states, they also can come and join this college because the teaching, the instruction is in a universal language, that is English. And the most important is our students, if they have a grip over English, they will fare better on the job market with wide career opportunities. So that is why English as a tool of instruction in colleges is insisted upon. Now, what is the resistance we have? Now, the first resistance is we'll get it from the students. Now, students are going to resist. They are going to question. Now, the teacher till now was explaining in our local language. Now, suddenly, madam or sir has started speaking in English. Why can't they explain in a language that we understand? They think that it is enough they understand the concepts and then write the exam and get good marks. But if they don't know how to make a presentation, how to present that concept and knowledge, what is the value of that knowledge? So that they don't know. That is why you'll get the resistance. All teachers working in government degree colleges are meritorious lecturers. All of you can speak English, can write in English, excellent teachers, no doubt about that. We are not disputing that. Only thing is, until now, it was not a necessity. It was not compulsory. But now, since it is essential, of course, we will adopt ourselves to this new initiative and we will start teaching in English. But how are we going to overcome this resistance from students? That we have to instill in them the value of learning everything in English. Then it also needs to be noted that when you are preparing for a class English to teach in English, you need lot of resources. You just can't take a chalk and then start talking from first minute to the last minute. You can't talk in English fluently and then without rest and then expect the students to understand you. So you need to prepare. A lot of work is essential at home. You have to sit down, prepare, make separate preparation for the class. Then students think that just getting the content is enough and there's no time for them to focus on the language skills. That is why they don't pay much attention to English. They study English as just a subject and they make an effort to pass that subject and then forget about English. So what is the purpose? Of course, all of you know, the objective is to assist teachers to help one another to enable an environment that supports EMI, then strive for the development of teachers' English language proficiency. So when you read that article, which was supported by the British Council, you come to know that many countries don't have guidelines, they don't have trainings for teachers. Now, language proficiency is very important. English language proficiency is very important. Now, unless training is given to teachers, they can't start immediately and start explaining in English. They need some guidance. And it is seen that in Andhra Pradesh, all the teachers are trained. So this is the first time that many countries don't have this training, but we are fortunate enough to have this training in our state. Then change the attitude of teachers and students towards the acceptance of EMI. First important thing you have to remember, teachers, is the authorities are not asking you to teach English. The authorities are asking you to use English as a medium of instruction to teach your subject. You have to use it as a tool to teach your subject. We English teachers, we will continue to teach our students. Till now, what happened was, in the class, we teach them English, but once they come out of the English class, 90% of the teachers go back to their local language. They teach and train in using their mother tongue. So students, when they learn English in the English classroom, they do not get an opportunity to use it in other classes. When there is no usage for that language, gradually they forget it. So that is why what the authorities are asking all of us is, English teachers will teach. Other teachers also, we will work hand in hand, and you teachers give them opportunities to use English in the classroom. When they see you using English, when they see you as the role model, automatically the confidence levels will go up, and when they think that it is important, then they will start using English as a tool of communication, right? So till here we got it, we got the objective. Any doubts on this? So the attitude, the mindset of the teacher and the student must change. So what is required for every teacher, all of us? We have to develop two tools. Of course, we have in us. Now we have to take it out and start using these two tools. Now, what are these two tools? One is you need to start using English as a medium of instruction. That is the first tool. And second one is you need to conduct student-centered activities in the class that will involve the student and make the student speak in English. So this is very important. So you may ask this question, why student-centered strategies? Now, I was showing you we have to make use of student-centered activities. Now, why student-centered strategies in the class? Can't I take my chalk and then explain the concept on the board and then expect my students to understand it? Why do I need to conduct activities in the class? Why do I need to involve my students in the learning process? I'm going to demo a simple exercise. You have to cooperate and give me the answers, right? Here we go. Now, suppose my mother, all of us speak English. Our mother tongue is English. Think our mother tongue is English. Now, we are expected to use that new script, that new language on the right side, to your right. Now, we are expected to teach that language to the students. Now, as a teacher, I'm teaching you all, you're my students. So this is school, this is class, this is student, this is teacher. Now tell me what these are. Tell me what are these words. Here are the words in different order. Can you recognize them? Yeah, smart teachers tell. But will our students tell? No. But this is how most of us teach. This is how we teach. We, with our core knowledge, with our command on the subject, with our publications, with our paper presentations, we tend to believe that students are on the same level. We expect them to reach our level, and then we immediately tell them very fast these concepts and expect them to write it in the exam. Now, instead of doing like this, the chalk and talk method, what I will do is, now look at the next slide. Now, what is this? School. See how S is written? Like a 2, no? So again, here you have, this is the class. I showed the picture of a classroom. This is class, and you see the S here. So if this is class, this is new script C. And if the line is down, it means L. So this is class. Then this is student. If the L is up, it means T. So again here S. The line is above. So this might be T. Then this is student, and this is, what is this? Teacher. So the line is up, teacher. So school, class, student, and teacher. Now, can you match the script? What is this? School. Yeah, very good. School. What is this? Class. Very good. Then what is this? Teacher. And what is this? Student. So the line is up, no? Student, this is yes, and the line is up. Here, the line is up. So student, very good. Students, now tell me this. In our town, there are only two. Great. This is not enough for so many people. So they are very crowded. In my class, no, in my school, there are 1,000 students and only 25 teachers. There are 50 students. In my class, in some classes, in some classes, there are even more. Now, when I showed you the first slide, you were not able to tell the words, but now you were able to tell all the words, isn't it? So what happened? I did different activities to familiarize the student with those words. I showed pictures, then made them do activities like matching and then gap filling exercises. And ultimately, my objective is achieved. So that is why if you look at the learning pyramid, there are two types of teaching methods. One is passive teaching methods and participatory teaching methods. If I do just lecture method, if I ask them, give them pages and pages of material to read, and then what is the percentage of absorption? Only 10%. Lecture is only 5% of absorption. Audio visual, if I tell them go see this video and go see that audio, listen to that audio, that is also 20% absorption of knowledge. Demonstration, sometimes practicals, teachers, I see teachers with the students all around them, and the teacher will be demonstrating. The teacher is the only person who will be doing the practicals, where others around will be just watching. So that will result only in 30% of absorption. So if you look at these methods, what I feel is a teacher does a lot of work. The teacher prepares a lot for the lesson. So she teaches with commitment and sincerity. But what happens is the absorption level is very less. So why waste that effort of a teacher? Instead, if you use participatory teaching methods like group discussion, which will result in 50% of retention of knowledge, practice by doing. If you ask students to practice in the class, do some activities that involve the students, that will result in 75%. And if you teach others, that is student teaching another student, peer teaching, that will result in 90%. So this indicates that it is time. Of course, many of our teachers are using it, but if all of us use it in the classrooms, I think the classes will become lively. The students will have a purpose to learn and present the lesson, and the knowledge levels also increase. So now I'm going to share this PPT. I will share it with you. Nothing is my own. What others taught me, I'm sharing it with you all. So I'll leave the PPT in the group. Sir will share it with all of you. So the first one is I'm going to share some strategies which are practical, which can be used by any subject teacher. So I'm going to give you the framework, the subject matter, the content. I will take a very simple subject. The content is not important. How I'm doing it, the framework is important. So I'll provide you the skeleton, you flesh it up with your subject matter. So first student-centered strategy is information gap activity. Now, what do we mean by information gap task? This is a technique where students, they sit together and information is missing between them. So in order to get information from one another, they have to communicate with one another. That is the task. Unless they communicate with one another on a subject, they will not get the complete information. So this is often used, this is called as cooperative learning. They cooperate with one another to learn, and it is called task-based learning. I give a task to the student so that under my supervision, under my monitoring, the students will do this activity, and I can class check and see whether they have picked up the the concept that I wanted them to remember. The first strategy is draw a picture, information gap activity. Now, in subjects like commerce, chemistry, zoology, botany, you have these flow charts, isn't it? Flow charts, you'll have diagrams, you'll have computer science also, you'll have. So now, when I have a flow chart with me or a life cycle diagram with me, I want my students to learn that diagram. If I say, students, please, this is very important, learn it at home, practice the diagram at home, then they won't do. But if I do it in the form of an activity in the classroom, then the students will remember that diagram, and once they draw the diagram, looking at the diagram, they can write the explanation. Now, what the first thing I have to do, this is the class, I will divide the students in pairs. A, B, A, B, A, B. Now, as a teacher, I have to make sure that all the students are paired up. I should not say you sit in twos, then it will become a mess. The teacher must supervise. Doing a student-centered activity in the class is extremely difficult because the students are highly energetic, they are very active, they may or may not listen to you. So you will face such problems in the class. So I have to be in control of my activity. That is why I have to be sure about what worksheets I should carry to the class, how I should visualize the activity, and then come to the class and do it. I just can't take a paper and come and do an activity in the class. It will lead to confusion in the class, and I will end up looking like a fool. So once I divide the class, the students into you to be a pair, you to be a pair, you to be a pair. Even if it takes time, the first time you do it like this, make sure that they're sitting in pairs. One will be called A and another student will be called B. Now, how do I make them sit? Usually when doing this activity, I make them sit with their faces in the opposite direction, two chairs opposite to each other. But our furniture will not support that. So suppose this is the diagram I have to teach them, the life cycle of a silk moth. So what I will do is, I will get this printed on a half sheet of paper, and then I will take those worksheets to the class. So if you look at your right side, I gave some phrases. Lays eggs, hatch into lava, means I'm helping the student with the vocabulary. He may or he may not know. So the life cycle and some helping words there. I will give this paper to A. So what I'll say is, in the class, all A's stand up. So all the A's will stand up. I'll give that sheet of paper to each one paper to each A. And then I'll ask them, don't show it to B. Don't show the paper to B. So the A should not show the papers to B. B will open the notebooks, take out the pen or pencil, and I will ask A to describe the picture using English. With the help of those words, he will start describing that picture to B, and B will draw it. And the picture must come out just like this. Got it? So as the student is speaking and describing the picture, B will get some doubts. So B will start asking questions. The student will clarify. So if both don't understand, they'll ask the teacher. I will be supervising the activity. So I did this in the class. Of course, I did this with business communication. We have this. I have to teach them process of communication. So before that, what I did was, I did the activity before explaining, and then I asked, you look, since the seating arrangement is like this in our classroom, per bench I made two students sit, and one A got the sheet of paper, the B was drawing it on the book. And if you look at the paper book here, the diagram has come out nicely. So afterwards I asked them, Will you remember this for the exam? They said they will. And looking at the diagram, they were able to tell the process of communication. It really helps our students. So this also, this is the work that we have to do at home. We have to prepare a worksheet, we have to write the vocabulary and then give it to the students. So what are the benefits of doing this activity? The first benefit is it gives the students an opportunity to speak what they learn in the English class, and from the television, from the mobiles, they will make real communication. They will start using the language. And then the task involves them in real learning. When they involve themselves, they will learn. And then interactive and motivating, as they require sub skills like clarifying meaning and rephrasing. What is the meaning of this? What do you mean by this? They will ask one another, and in this way, if I ask them to come here and present, they may feel shy. But when you put them in pairs, they will help each other and then complete the task. Okay, second strategy number 2 is mind maps. This is very important. If you teach your students how to create mind maps, half a job is done. Half a job is done. Once you start using English as a medium of instruction, once you start using student-centered activities in the classroom, 50% of the our work as a teacher is done by students. They will start exploring other learning resources. They will start speaking, and their comprehension levels also increase. Now, what do we mean by mind map? What is a mind map? Mind map is an organizer for making notes on a particular topic, and in simple terms, it provides a connection of ideas. Now, when I ask you to speak on a topic, there are ideas in your mind, but unless you organize them in an order, you can't speak or you can't write. Now, that I have to teach my students. So, this term mind mapping was coined by Tony Buzan on BBC's Use Your Head in 1974. And simply, the way we take notes, it has entirely changed the way we learn. So it will really help a student to learn quickly and to remember what he has learned. So how is it done? Why should we use a mind map? Always remember that our mind likes order. See, at the beginning of the class academic year, we tell our students, what do we tell them? To maintain a book for each subject, isn't it? Separate book for each subject. Why? Because whatever we teach them will be in one notebook. So that they may not search here and there. It is like organizing the notes and material in one single notebook. So that is why mind likes order. If you give it a systematic structure, mind will function more. It performs well when you give it a structured plan on what to do, what to speak, and what to write. So when you have a plan, when you have a structure, what happens is you're less anxious. The students know, you see them, tomorrow is the exam, today they will call up their friends and say, share me that notes, put me that pic. They become anxious. There is a lot of anxiety in these students. But if we start teaching them to be organized, then they will learn properly. Always break the task. Whatever you're teaching, break it into chunks. Chunks means small pieces, so that you can easily give it to the students and students can take it in easily. Now, how to prepare a mind map? Now, what is this mind map? First, when a topic is given to you, what a student should do, or what we should do, is we should write the central topic, that is the main heading. In literal terms, the main heading as the central topic we write in the center, and then what we do is in a clockwise direction. Always the mind should flow in a clockwise, function in a clockwise manner. So we'll start with the keyword 1, means in the sense that it is subheadings. So if you have 5 subheadings, you give the keywords or the subheadings 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. When you give the subheadings, what comes under the keyword 1, you will write around it. What comes under keyword 2, you will write. In that way, this, why did I put different colors? We use different colors to indicate different parts of the same topic. There are different ideas belonging to the same topic. So that is why I gave different colors. Always go in a clockwise manner and indicate your plan of action with the means of arrows. Now, I want someone to speak. Suppose my heading is mobile phone. I'm taking a very simple topic. Mobile phone. Can anyone talk on the mobile phone? Can anyone talk on the mobile phone for 1 minute? Anybody interested? See, when I ask the student the same question, can you talk or can you write on the mobile phone? What he usually does is he knows lot about mobile phones, but his ideas are not organized. So from one idea to another idea, he jumps to and fro. So I'll show you a simple mind map on mobile phone. See, this is how a mind map is drawn. So I teach this to the students. So when they are doing paragraph writing and essay writing, I teach it. Usually students preparing for competitive exams also make use of mind maps to learn. Otherwise they can't read such fat books every time. So I write the central heading in the middle and then start here. Now on the mobile phone, I will put different headings. The first keyword I put definition and purpose. Second keyword features. Third one advantages. Fourth one disadvantages. Fifth one list of phones available in the market. And last one, mobile phone I like to buy and why. See, when I have divided the topic into so many areas, what happens even if I write 2 sentences on each, how many sentences will I get? 3 and 6, 6 twos are 12. Easily I'm going to get 12 sentences or more than 12. So when the student organizes his headings in this way, first, then he will start thinking, what is the definition of a mobile phone? Maybe suppose he'll think it's an electronic device mainly used for communicate. Then he will go to features. What are the features? See, I'm making the student start with one subheading, and then after completing it only he will go to the next one. If you leave him without teaching, then he will talk about definition, then he will suddenly go to disadvantages and say mobile phones are very dangerous, and then again we use mobile phones to listen to music. So he will jump from one point to another. So instead, I'm going to teach him a structured manner. So once he talks about features, then I will lead him to talk about advantages and then disadvantages and then list of phones. He will give a long list. Then out of that list, he will select the phone which he likes and then he will describe why he likes that phone. See, so looking at this mind map in the exam, I tell my students to draw the mind map with a pencil, and then looking at the mind map, I ask them to write the paragraph. So give a title and write the paragraph. Same thing, you can do it for your subject also. For each lesson, if you teach the students how to make a mind map, please teach them this. If they know how to make a mind map, looking at it, they will be able to write answers. The retention power also is more. So this is called, if you Google mind maps, it will give you better mind maps than this, spider maps, concept maps. Whatever you like, you can follow it. So environment pollution, I have done a mind map on this. I asked them, this they gave, students only gave. So when I finished that mobile phone, I asked them do one on the another topic. They did on environment pollution. So what is pollution and types? Then after doing that only, they went to reasons for pollution. Then they started explaining each pollution, air, water, soil, and then what are the steps and measures to take. So the mind maps, if you teach them, it will be a very good strategy for you all. Then third one is preference lines. Now, what do we mean by preference lines? This is a speaking activity in the class, which you can do. All teachers can do this. It will create lot of constructive noise. I'm not saying noise, just noise. I'm saying constructive noise that will really help them to learn. So how do we do a preference line? Now, this is called a preference line. You draw a preference line on the board. You can draw it with a chalk on the board in this manner. If you look at the center, it is 0. On my left side, 100%, and on my right side also 100%. So it means that from 0, it will go up to 100%, means 10, 20, 50, 60, 80, 100%. Here, for this topic, it goes to 100%. Slowly, it builds up to 100%. Now, in the class, if this is the scale of preference, so 0 means neutral, not supporting that topic or this topic. So in the class, now since I teach English, I gave a general topic to my students, studying in one's country, studying abroad. So I asked them, I divided the class into groups. Now, how do you divide them into groups? If you calculate how many students you just count how many students are in the class. Suppose there are 20 and you want to make 4 groups, so each group you'll have 5 students. So 4 groups, no, 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3 4, all ones will sit at one place, 2's there, 3's here, 4's there. So should I as a teacher make them into groups? Yes, you should, because if you ask them to make groups, no, they'll start pulling each other. You come to my group, you come, and it will be so noisy and waste of time. But as a teacher, I have to make sure that they are sitting in their groups. So preference line, what you do is I ask the students to discuss. Now, suppose the topic is studying in one's own country and studying abroad. Now, in the group, the students will discuss on this topic, whether to support studying in one's country or whether to support studying abroad. So, all students don't think alike. There may be disagreement in the group. So, they have to discuss and come to an agreement how much of percentage they support whatever stand they are taking. If they want to stand here, they come to the board and they stand here. Suppose they support only 80% studying in one's own country. So from 0 to 80%, they mark here with the marker. 80% they mark and then they stand there. And here they mark 20%. So when they mark 80% here, look at the picture. These students will tell them 2 reasons why they have taken that stand. Why they support 80% to this side, and 1 reason why they support only 20% on the opposite topic. So, or you can ask them to put their names here. 80% they'll put a mark and then they'll write their names. So when you are making them write, it gives them a sense of identity. They feel very proud of themselves. And being in the group, they don't feel shy and they'll start speaking loudly. So this works very well. I never allow them to take a neutral stand. I ask them either you support that or this, no neutral. They'll stand in the middle and say, I don't support anything. So that is why I ask them to take a stand, and when they take a stand, they either stand the maximum they support, there only they have to stand. Got it? Did you understand this preference line? So students come to the board and stand or write their names along the line where they feel they belong. Then they put their names or they just mark it where they support, and the class can ask them questions. So I gave a topic living here in India, living outside India. These are the some of the topics that they can use. You see these students. I did it in pairs. The students came to the board. They wrote their, they put their mark. They wrote their names, and then they gave their reasons. So online shopping, offline shopping, commerce to subject, killing dangerous animals, protecting animals, human computer science, human intelligence, artificial intelligence, privatization of banks, against privatization of banks. You can create a discussion in the class. Startups fail, startups succeed. Women empowerment, a reality or still a dream. Recent group 1 exam, they gave a question, relevance of Harappan civilization in modern times. Yes or no, history. Then parental supervision, parental control. There is a vast difference between supervising and controlling. With mobile or without mobile. Social media boon or social media a curse. Tourism affects the environment, yes or no. Economics for development, economics for environment. Any topic related to your subject. So use of the organic farming and ordinary farming, use of pesticides, whatever it is, you can create your own topics, and then if you ask them in groups, discuss, they may not like it. But if you can pull them out, make them stand here, make a presentation, they'll feel very happy, and confidently they will talk. Please try out this preference line here in your classrooms. Yeah. Fourth strategy, simple assessment strategies. Now, when I'm doing activities in the class, when I'm teaching, after teaching, how do I check my students whether they understood or not? Every time I need not give them a slip test. Every time I need not give them a worksheet. So simple, it looks very simple. That's all we'll think. But you do it in the class, it will help you. It will help you and also help the students. I told you I'll just take very simple topics so that you can understand the methodology. Now, suppose my lesson is great personalities. So this I have to teach in the class. So first thing what I'll do is, do you know these people who are there? Brainstorm. I'll do brainstorming session in the class. Then now I will display this on the board. So I'll use a projector maybe or a worksheet. I'll give them whatever it is. I will see that after teaching this lesson, this is the lesson that I teach. I do a lecture method. I finish teaching this lesson about Mahatma Gandhi, Dr. Srinivas Ramanujan, Dr. Kalam, and Mother Teresa. So I have finished lesson. Now I want to check their comprehension levels, how much they understood. So one way of assessing is I can prepare slides like this and then write the 4 names here and do a gap filling exercise in the form of a quiz, group quiz. I can do A, B. I can do a quiz and then ask them who it is. Ask them to fill the blanks. So 22nd December is called National Mathematics Day in India because of course, we know Srinivas Ram. Dash held the distinction of holding doctorates for over 40 universities. Who? Abdul Kalam. So I can do n number of questions, 10 like that, 10 or 15. I can do slides or give it as a worksheet, make them into group or do it in pairs. This is one way of doing it. The next way of doing it, what I can do is, I will jumble up all the sentences, the information on the 4 people, I will jumble up. Because you should understand, I put different colors. So I jumbled up the sentences and then I will divide them into pairs and I will ask them to rearrange the sentences so that I can get back the correct information on each personality. So they will look at these, nowhere the name is mentioned. They will go through each sentence and they will separate to which it belongs. They will categorize the sentences. So first one, I did a brainstorming session. Second time, I taught them the lesson, lecture method. Third time, I did a quiz in the class. And fourth activity, I asked them to rearrange the sentences. When each time I'm doing the activity, they are I'm emphasizing the text, the content. So they're looking at the text, they're reading it and rereading it, and so it gets into their mind. Next, what I will do is, now take out your notebook, just a paper, just take a paper. So when I do this, when they rearrange, I have to get back this in the same manner, right? Now take out your paper, piece of paper, and write in this way: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Write numbers. Right? Here we go. Now I'm going to read some sentences. You don't have to copy those sentences. You only have to write T for true or F for false. Only T or F, right? So here we go. First sentence, you listen carefully and then write T or F. Srinivas Ramanujan was the 1930 Time Magazine Man of the Year. T or F? Srinivas Ramanujan was the 1930 Time Magazine Man of the Year. In class, you can repeat 2-3 times. Pass. Somebody said pass. Yeah, okay. Let's go to the second one. At the tender age of 5, Dr. Kalam started printing books to help his father support the family. T or F? At the tender age of 5, Dr. Kalam started printing books to help his father support the family. T or F? Third one, because paper was expensive, poor Ramanujam often used to derive his results on a slate to jot down results of his derivations. T or F? Fourth one, Gandhiji was a Nobel Peace Prize. Gandhiji won a Nobel Peace Prize, but Mother Teresa never won a Nobel Prize despite being nominated 5 times. T or F? Great. Last. As a young man, Ramanujam failed to get a degree as he did not clear his fine arts courses, but he always performed exceptionally well in mathematics. T or F? Okay. So now let's check the answers. I will read the answers. 1 is F, 2 is F, 3 is T, 4 is F, and 5 is T. Got it? So, do you think students will like this assessment in the class? For this, what you should have is, you have to do a lot of homework. At home, your worksheet must be like this. If you don't prepare this worksheet, when you're reading out sentences, you will confuse the sentence and you may not give it in the way that you wanted it. So here I read Srinivas Ramanujam, but the correct answer was Gandhi. So I put it there. I put the correct answers. I indicated whether it is false or true. And then this worksheet, I will take a printout and then take it to the class. So if you give 20 questions like this, all your 20 questions should be on your worksheet. So handout, so that you can read it in the class and do the activity. Soon after you do a lesson, if you can devise some questions in this manner and make them do true or false, then they will listen to you, then they will clarify, verify, and then give the right answers. And of course, they will love this activity. Now, this is a listening lesson. I'm going to demo it. You follow how I'm doing it, and then you apply it to your subject, right? I'm taking an English lesson, general, simple English, interesting lesson. So see how I'm doing it, and then let's talk, class check at the end. Now the heading is listening with a purpose. I got it from the AP State English ELF handbook, the training that they gave us. It was given by the US State Department and Commissionerate of Collegiate Education. So listening with a purpose, how to do a lesson in this manner. Now look at this picture. What do you think? Who do you think this man is? Suppose you're standing outside a bank. You saw this fellow. Who do you think he is? A robber? Okay, very good. A robber. What do you think he has done? He has committed a robbery. Okay, can you describe him? Can you describe him? Yeah, good. He's a man with a long nose. Anything else? He had a smile on his face. Okay. He has a mask on his eyes. Then how is he tall, short? Tall. He's tall. Thin, fat, plump. Thin. He's thin. He's tall. What is he wearing? The boots. He's wearing jumping shoes. Okay. Yes. So if you like to mention the colors of his pant and shirt. Yeah, blue jeans and yeah, gray t-shirt. Okay, fine. Very good. Right. Now open your book, and then you're going to listen something related to this. What do you think it is about? I'm going to read one paragraph. What do you think that paragraph will be about? Bank robbery? Yeah, very good. It can be about a robber or a bank robbery. Right, good. Now what you'll do is draw a bubble in your notebook. Take a fresh page. Take a fresh page. Draw a bubble in the notebook. Right. So as I'm reading the text, you'll have to write the main idea in that bubble. What is this text about? So ready? Here we go. There were 5 men. The first was tall and thin. He had a square face with blue eyes and curly fair hair. The second was short and fat with a roundish face and short, straight, dark hair. The third was of medium build. I didn't see his face, but he had longish dark hair. The fourth man was quite thin, medium height. He had a long, thin face with a big nose. His hair was dark and curly, and he had a mustache and a beard. The last man was short and plumpish with very short blonde hair. I didn't see his face, but I remember his ears. They were very big. So, what is the topic about? Description of 5 men. Okay, great. So, in the bubble, please write down description of 5 men. Description of 5 men. What kind of men are they? Robbers. We assume that they are robbers. So write the heading in the bubble. So a description of 5 robbers, you can say. because we are talking about robbery, bank robbery. So description of 5 robbers. Okay, your main idea is in the bubble. Right. Next one. So when I said, when you listen to the text and write the main idea in the bubble, as you were listening, you try to find out the main idea and then you wrote it. Great. Now here are the questions. You don't have to copy the questions. Just write the answers. Don't write under the bubble. Just somewhere in the corner, you write the answers. Now, first question is, how many men were there? Second question, how many were thin? Maybe. How many had dark hair? How many had big ears? Let's see. As I read the text second time, listening to, as I read the text, you find out, you please answer those questions. There were 5 men. The first was tall and thin. He had a square face with blue eyes and curly fair hair. The second was short and fat with a roundish face and short, straight, dark hair. The third was of medium build. I didn't see his face, but he had longish, dark hair. The fourth man was quite thin, medium height. He had a long, thin face with a big nose. His hair was dark and curly, and he had a mustache and a beard. The last man was short and plumpish with very short blonde hair. I didn't see his face, but I remember his ears. They were very big. So, how many men are there? 5. Yeah, that is the correct answer. How many were thin? 2 is the right answer. How many had dark hair? 3. Very good. The ladies are with the correct answers more than the men. So, how many had dark hair? 3. Okay. How many had big ears? 1. Very good. Got all the right answers. Right. So, you listened how many times till now? 2 times. Now, you drew the bubble. Now, put 5 lines like I put. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Small lines. Put 5 lines. Draw 5 lines from the bubble and fill the information you already know about each man. You remember something, no? About each man? Something. Whatever you know, you write it off. Just words like tall, thin, curly hair, big ears. Like that, whatever you know, first man, second man, third man, fourth man, fifth man, you write the details. What you remember. I hope other teachers are also doing this in other NRCs. Sunil, can they see me? Yeah. It's okay, it's okay. Right? So you wrote some few details on each person. Now what I'll do is, now I'm going to read again. You're going to listen the third time. And as you listen, you're going to fill the remaining information that you missed. Right? So only the words. You don't have to write sentences. There were 5 men. The first was tall and thin. He had a square face with blue eyes and curly fair hair. The second was short and fat with a roundish face and short, straight, dark hair. The third was of medium build. I didn't see his face, but he had longish dark hair. The fourth man was quite thin, medium height. He had a long, thin face with a big nose. His hair was dark and curly, and he had a mustache and a beard. The last man was short and plumpish with very short blonde hair. I didn't see his face, but I remember his ears. They were very big. Finished? All? Right. Very good. Share your answers with your partner and check and see whether you have written all the answers. Show it to your partner and share it. That's what I'm going to do in the class. So can you tell me the first man details? I will do a class check. Tall, thin, square face, dark, curly, fair hair. Okay. Blue eyes, very good. Second was short, fat, very good. Round face, short, straight, dark hair. Third, yeah, very good. Medium build, he had longish dark hair. Fourth, thin, medium height. Ma, very good. He had a long, thin face with a big nose. Okay. His hair was dark and curly and he had a mustache and a beard. Yes, good. Last man was short, plumpish with short blonde hair. So I didn't see his face, but he had big ears. Yeah, very good. Now close your books. Close your books. Can you rearrange in the order that you listened? Can you rearrange? Who is the first man? Who is the second man? Third man? A is the last. Oh, you tell me the sequence, complete sequence. Great. First one is B. Okay, good. Correct. B is correct first. Then D. D is second. Good. Third is E. Very good. Third is E. Fourth is Sir. Some sirs are C. Fifth is A. Excellent. Done. Great job. So the answers are B, D, E, C, A. Right. Now this is the text that I read. So all of us open your mouths and start reading it from here. There were 5 men. Open your mouths and read. The first was tall and thin. He had a square face with blue eyes and curly fair hair. The second was short and fat with a roundish face and short straight hair. The third was of medium build. I didn't see his face, but he had longish dark hair. The fourth man was quite thin, medium height. He had a long thin face with a big nose. His hair was dark and curly and he had a mustache and a beard. The last man was short and plumpish with a short blonde hair. I didn't see his face, but I remember his ears. They were very big. So, did you like this activity? Yes. Let's decode the activity. Teachers, we are teachers, no? Why we did this? How should we do in the class? Where should we do it? So, if you look at the step 1, what a teacher did was introduce the topic. I did it in the form of a picture. I showed you a robber's picture and then asked them who is he. Then I did a vocabulary preview because they will be using those terms. So I helped them with the vocabulary. So in the class also, I will take one lesson. I'll show them a picture and then do vocabulary exercise. Then second thing, prediction. I asked them guess the topic. So it is something related to robbery, you said. Step 3. Now here you listened for the first time. You drew the bubble and then you wrote the main idea. So as you are listening, you write the main idea. So listening 1. First time the students listen and they identify the general idea. Only the general idea. Second time when I asked them, I gave you all questions. I'm asking you specific information. Then I read again. You listened, but this time you listened for specific information and you answered the questions. So each time what you should do is you ask them to share it with your partner. That will encourage them. Okay, when they'll see that the answers are correct, they'll feel happy. So then do a class check if you want. Then third one, detailed listening. First, after drawing the bubble, I asked them draw 5 lines, and then whatever you remember, you put it there. Then again, while I was reading the third time, you filled up the remaining information. Then I asked you to share it with your partner. Then I did a class check. Step 6, recall. So I asked them, the students, to turn over, close your books, and then remember something about this paragraph. Then rearrange the sentences. You gave me the correct order. Then check last, I put up the paragraph and both of us, the teacher and the student, read. These are the steps that we followed in this listening lesson. Now, where can I use it? See, as a teacher, I have to remember one point. See, university teachers teach the correct way. They don't spoon feed like us. We know we put everything into their mouth and then we see that they swallow it. We are very careful. We give them notes. We ask them what to study. We give them important lessons, important questions, and then we over treat them like a child. In universities, the professor sometimes asks the student, go to the library, refer to that book, come make a presentation, and if you have some doubts, I will clarify. He will guide. So we, instead of being facilitators and instead of guiding, we try to do A to Z for the student. Now, in your lessons, in our lessons, all lessons need not be taught with chalk and talk method. So all lessons need not be taught by the teacher. There may be some easy lessons which can be done through listening. As the students listen once, twice, thrice, they will understand. When you devise general questions, specific questions, then they will feel very free about it. So this is how you can adopt this strategy for your classes. Okay, strategy 6. This is wall quiz. I have 8 strategies. 6 is wall quiz. Wall quiz is nothing but, now sometimes you give some papers to your student and ask them to read some addition. After teaching the lesson, you have additional information. You read this article, it is very interesting, but the students won't read. What you do instead is, to make sure that the students read those additional articles, you can take one sheet, divide them into paragraphs, cut them, if there are 4 paragraphs, cut them into 4 paragraphs, then paste it here and there on the wall, in the classroom or in the corridor, or in different places you paste it, and tell them that you have pasted in so and so place, and then give them a worksheet or a quiz questionnaire, and then divide them into pairs or groups, and then give them time and say that within this time you have to go through those papers and then write down answers and submit those papers to the teacher. So the students know, they will go in groups or in pairs, they will read the article, that paragraph, they will find answers, they will write it down again, they immediately will run to that other place. So it's a competition. So maybe you will appreciate the one who comes out first. So that is called wall quiz. You can paste it on the wall or in the corridor or at different places. The winning team is the first to find all answers. This can be a lively activity. Now look at this shadowing. Look at this. What do you think this is? What do you think shadowing is? Just 1 minute. Shadowing is a Japanese tool of learning a foreign language. When I was going through Quora articles on student-centered methodologies, I came across this shadowing. I also didn't practice it. Now I will start using it in the class. Now this shadowing, these Japanese, this is one of the technique, not the only technique. Strategies are many. This is one strategy which they'll use in the classrooms to make the students learn a foreign language, be it English or any other language. It was started by Alexander Argulis, an American linguist. And what is the method? Simply shadowing, if you want the simple word for it, is parroting. Now, parrot, no, when I talk, it listen and then repeat. But shadowing is not like that. As you're talking, I'm talking. So what you do is, I'll put my headphones, I'll select one audio which has clarity, which has meaning. Suppose zoology, I want to know about the explanation of the heart. So as a teacher, I will select one audio that is very good, very clear, has simple language, and then I will share it with my students. So first thing, they're going to take that audio, they're going to put on their headphones, and as they listen to the audio, never mind whether they can repeat or not, they'll start off talking along with the speaker. Sometimes no, they'll speak only a few words here and there. Like songs, no, when the song is played, what do? We don't know the complete song, but here and there we add, no, we sing along with them. That is shadowing. So once you put on the headphones, first thing is you select a short piece of audio. Ask the students, you can give this as an assignment to the seminar presentation to the student. Ask him to select one audio which he likes. Then he will listen it at home. He will first listen it and then start saying words here and there. If it is very difficult, he will stop. No problem. Let him go back again and then restart again. Let him take pauses and start again. So then what will happen is, slowly, when he does it 2-3 times at home, he will practice it, and as the audio is being played, he will start talking few sentences. And we can come back to the class, and as a teacher, I will ask him to present it in the class. There also he will put on his headphones and he will start speaking along with the speaker. There the pronunciation improves, the sentence he will start using different sentences. His communication ability also will increase. This is useful for teachers as well as students. You can do this, you can give it as an assignment or make the students present here. They will love it. Sometimes they'll speak nonsense. No problem. Let them start speaking. You have to take the first step forward. Let them speak. Slowly, some students, slow learners, they may speak few words, but the bright advanced learners, they'll start using sentences. So this is the methodology. You can take the help of this method and do it in the class, or you can also improve your communication ability. Yeah, last one is Sunil, PDF. Last one is the PDF document. Now, every time making a presentation, a PowerPoint presentation in the class might be boring for a teacher. It is not the only way to teach a lesson. Sometimes you can make use of PDF documents also. When teaching poetry, I make use of this method. What I do is, I write the poetry. First, I copy down the poetic lines, and then related pictures I paste it on a Word document. Then I export it to PDF. When you do it on your system, now you will get highlighter boxes and everything in PDF. So when I click on this, you see, when I click on this, I will get the I can write the meanings there. Once upon a time in the past. When I want to talk about the poet Gabriel Okara, I can give additional information on this poet in this by clicking on the message box. So the student will look at the poet, he will know additional information about the poet and also meanings of some words. So as I'm teaching this poem, I will teach the lines and then I will look at and I will show them the related pictures. So feel at home. Suppose this is not coming. Yeah. Look at this. Long back. Once upon a time, long back. Laugh with their hearts. Laugh with feelings. Laugh with their teeth, artificial or superficial. So this is how, and when I share it in the WhatsApp group, naturally the student, if he did not attend the class, he will go through this PDF document, and wherever it looks neat, if he wants, he will click on that box. Otherwise, he will understand. It's a self-learning document. So this, as a teacher, I can use a PDF document to teach the lesson, or I can give it as an assignment. I'll ask my students, prepare a PDF document on a particular topic and present it in the class, make a seminar presentation. You will get marks for that. That also will be very interesting for the students. So, Sharada, I have to go back to the PPT. So all the words are highlighted, and then the pictures are also interesting. They will look at it. PPT. So I've shared with you all 8 strategies which you can follow it. Quickly, how much time do I have, Sunil? 5 minutes. So quickly, I've given some classroom instruction assistance also. When students give answers, as a teacher, it is your duty, it is our responsibility to appreciate them. You can read this article, the research paper, they've written it well. So that's a good answer. Super job, great job, you have done well. You can appreciate the student. So when students like when teachers recognize their involvement in the classroom learning. So don't sit and then be inattentive or just casual or indifferent. As a teacher, I need to monitor and then pat their backs and then say that they've done a good job. So these are some sentences that can help you. So always when you're giving instructions, be clear. For example, you want to give an assignment. Your assignment for tomorrow is, so you want to give an instruction, fill out the paper according to the directions given. Please start using English for classroom management. So when you start using it for class, if you don't use it, no, what's going to happen? I tell you, other teachers will be using. I will not be using it. Then no, the students are so smart, no, they'll think, oh, this teacher doesn't know how to speak in English. Now I will fall down the level in their mind. So don't do this mistake. All of us can speak in English. All of us can do activities in English. All of us are capable of this. So don't feel shy. Don't think about delaying it, procrastinating it. Just start away. So instructions, please do all your instructions only in English. Don't feel any kind of sympathy for the student. If you look at the research reports, 69% of students know English, okay, who come to colleges. Out of them, 70% of students know the meaning of English words. So don't underestimate them. So they know once you make it mandatory and compulsory, they will learn. So giving direction, the first main point I want you to remember. Let me repeat that important idea. Let me re-emphasize the importance. Travel. Don't sit in one place in the classroom. Don't stand in one place. Keep traveling. You have to travel to certain areas in the classroom at different times, at different speeds to certain individuals. So for reinforcement, to show that what he's doing is correct, to show that you are accessible to him. If there is a mischievous student, to show that you are in control of the class. So you have to use movements. So final slide, I end with this quote. See our students, how beautiful they look. So education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. So it is our responsibility to see that our students climb the ladder of success. So thank you, teachers, for your patience and time. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your expertise on different teaching strategies. We wanted to give 100 in your preference line, ma'am, from our CCE side. In preference line, surely you will get 100%. What about participants? How much do you want to give? Any NRC, please respond. In preference line, how much do you want to give for Razlan ma'am session? NRC RJY? Yes, please. Yes. So please propose vote of thanks for this session.
Hello.
Ma'am, you are not audible. Rajamandri. NRC Rajamandri, please keep mic closer.
Hello.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Vice. NRC Raj. The topic of the session is delivered a lecture on student-centered teaching methodology, English as the medium of instruction. Ma'am has discussed the following aspects. What are the 8 strategies to be followed to involve students in the classroom and enhance their knowledge? Why is the public opinion in favor of English as medium of instruction, particularly at primary and secondary level, in order to access opportunities and employment? Also, we appreciate your effort, ma'am, in trying to change the attitude of teachers towards acceptance of English as medium of instruction. Further, how participatory teaching methods better than passive teaching methods in enhancing absorption and retention of knowledge. Finally, thank you for explaining the rationale behind insisting us on English as medium of instruction by the government of AP and CCE. We are quite honored to have you here, ma'am. Thank you for a very informative and elaborate session. We really enjoyed the session. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for extending your support for all the batches.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sailja, and thank you to Sunil sir, JKC, and computer lecturers, Sharda ma'am, Bharat sir, and Vijay Deep sir, and Sharwani madam for their help. Thank you so much.
So let's end the session for day 2. Let's have tea break for 10 minutes. Master trainers has to start the session by 3:40. And also I request all the participants to submit feedback day wise. Thank you. Let's close the session for day 2.